Click.
Oops. Right click on the mute.
Or you can click there. Go to audio settings.
Ida, we're going to get started. Can you put yourself on mute?
Yes, one moment.
All right, thank you and welcome back to the third day of our Building Standards Commission meeting. My name is Julie Lee. I am the Undersecretary of the Government Operations Agency, and I will be chairing our meeting again today. I'll call the California Building Standards meeting to order. It is 9:03 a.m. on July 15th, 2020. Pam, would you please call the roll?
Acting Secretary Lee.
Here.
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner. Commissioner Mickelton.
Here.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Here.
Commissioner Patel.
Here.
Commissioner Santillan.
Here.
Commissioner Legray.
Here.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Here.
Thank you, Pam, and we do have a quorum for this meeting. Just a reminder, this meeting is being conducted virtually in accordance with Governor Newsom's executive orders N29-20 and N33-20, as well as recommendations from the California Department of Public Health. This meeting can be viewed on the CBSC YouTube channel linked on the meeting agenda. I'd like to remind viewers that there is a 45-second or so delay. The public may provide comments on each agenda item by calling in on the telecom number provided on the meeting agenda. The teleconference phone number is provided on the front of the agenda, and instructions are provided on the back page of the agenda. I will now read those instructions. All callers will begin in listen-only mode. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for the commission chair to ask for any comments from the public. At that time, please place yourself into the queue by pressing 1 and then 0 on your keypad. When you press 1 and then 0, you will be notified when the speaker is ready for your question. To withdraw your question, please press 1 and then 0. When it is your turn to comment, you will hear, "Please ask your question" after the tone. A tone will sound and the caller is now in talk mode. The chair will continue through the call queue until there are no questions remaining. The commission will then proceed to the next agenda item. Please refrain from pressing 1 and 0 multiple times. Doing this toggles your position in and out of the call queue. Press 1 and 0 only once and wait for your notification to speak. If possible, please call from a landline using the telephone handset only. This enhances the commission's ability to hear your comments clearly. Calling from a speakerphone or a cell phone reduces the quality of the audio and makes it much harder for your comments to be heard clearly. Staff will summarize any written comments that were received by 5 p.m. Wednesday, July 8th, 2020. This morning we'll pick up where we left off on Tuesday afternoon. We were on tab 12, the Division of the State Architect, item 11B.02. We had received some overviews of 11B.02, 11B.04, 11B.05, 11B.08, 11B.12, and 11B.14 from the Division of the State Architect. We'd also heard overviews of 11B.42 through 11B.42-58. All of these items are grouped into housing, and we had an email request, and staff has been talking about how to best add a few more items to this so that we can take one vote on it. So at this time, I'll ask the Division of the State Architect to give an overview on some additional sections. 11B.114-1, 11B.14-2, 11B.14-3, 11B.15, 11B.15-1, 11B.15-2, 11B.15-3, 11B.15-4, 11B.15-5, 11B.16, 11B.17, 11B.33, and 11B.33-1.
Thank you, Undersecretary Lee and the commissioners, and good morning. This is Susan Moe from Division of the State Architect. And if you don't mind just clarifying for me one more time which particular sections you would like an overview of. I apologize.
That's all right. You've given us an overview of 11B02, 04, 05, 08, 12, and 14, as well as 42 through 42-58. Those are complete.
Okay.
To that, we are adding an overview of 11B14-1, 14-2, 14-3, 15, 15-1, 15-2, 15-3, 15-4, 15-5, 11B16, 11B17, 11B33, and 11B33-1.
All right. Thank you so much.
I'm
So
sorry.
let me get.
Sorry, this is Commissioner Mickelton. I just want to interject in case there's confusion for other people as well. But in the final express terms and also in the DSA code amendment development sheets, for example, 11B15 is does not have the nomenclature that was just read, -1, -2, -3, and so forth. And maybe Susan, you can explain. I think that all of those are included in the documents where it says 11B.15. It's inclusive.
Thank you. Yeah, all of those, if we look to those particular items where it is like 14-1, -2, -3, item 11B14 is all one item, as is item 11B15. The designation of the dashes and the clarification for each one of those items, like 15.1, 0.2, 0.3, that was all the procedure that Building Standards Commission staff use to separate out each individual item. But when you look at those item by item, as I said yesterday, I mean, there is interplay with all of these. So if you look at, say, 11B15, it's not as though you can pull out one item and say, well, you know, we're not going to approve this. So when we look at this package, it's all, the entire package is interrelated. Thank you for that, Commissioner Mickelton. So with that, I'll go ahead and I will start with item 11B14. And 11B14, what we're looking at there is when we look at public housing facilities, again, what we're looking at, we're proposing to remove the references to Chapter 11A Division 4 dwelling unit features and replacing that with sections 11B 809.6 through 809.12. And that we've done that in various subsections within this particular item. And as I mentioned yesterday, the other thing that we're proposing in this particular item is a reference to senior citizen housing that may also be subject to the civil code. That's Division 1, Part 2, Sections 51.2, 51.3, and 51.4. Because what we were hearing from design professionals and code officials that that particular section for senior housing, not in the building code, was often overlooked. So we just want to give design professionals and code officials a heads up that if someone submits a project and it is senior housing, they should also be looking at that code to be sure that they're in compliance with that as well for senior housing. And then item 11B15, that is currently we have some of the scoping in Chapter 11B, and then we adopt the remainder of the site and practicality test from Chapter 11A. So what you're seeing here is what our proposal is, that we would incorporate the site and practicality test into Chapter 11B. So between the site and practicality test and all the technical provisions from Division 4 in Chapter 11A, the characteristics of the dwelling units, then Chapter 11B would be a standalone chapter for public housing, and we wouldn't be referencing Chapter 11A. So basically what we're doing here is we're carrying forward our adoption of the site and practicality test. So that covers item 11B15. And then item 11B16, oh, that is actually, we had proposed this in a previous rulemaking cycle, and then we got a request to, and there was some issue when we went to the Code Advisory Committee because their concern was that potentially this was operational. But then we heard from building officials and they said it would be good if we could incorporate this into the building code, because then building officials could actually enforce this section. So if you look at this particular item in 11B.16, the buyer identified residential dwelling units for sale, this comes directly from this Code of Federal Regulations that are included in the 2010 ADA standards. So we just wanted to be sure that we incorporate this into Chapter 11B again, so building officials actually have the opportunity to ask the questions and enforce this section that is required by, as I said, the Code of Federal Regulations and included in the 2010 ADA standards. So that's what we're doing here. And then the exception that we're proposing to strike, where it says existing residential dwellings or residential dwelling units acquired by public entities that will be offered for sale, for resale to individuals without additions or alterations, shall not be required to comply with this chapter. Well, that's also that is currently inherent in the California Building Code, because if a public entity purchases homes and they decide just to turn them around and sell them, and they're not doing an alteration or any type of construction, then Chapter 11B wouldn't be triggered. Now that could be a separate issue that they might have to take a look at for program access, but it isn't something that it's not, if they don't do anything, then Chapter 11B, the California Building Code, isn't triggered. So that's what we're proposing in that particular item. And let's see, next one is item 11B17. Oh, this one, the only thing that we're proposing in this one, in item 11B17, and I think this is something that we missed in our last rulemaking cycle. And what we're proposing here is that we strike in public, or we're striking public housing facilities with, because if you look at this particular section, you could have an existing building And it might not currently be a public housing facility, but if they do alterations under the ADA, they would still be required to comply with the ADA standards. And this is really is an issue because what we're proposing is that we go back to the original language of the ADA. So instead it would just say in individual residential dwelling units where a bathroom or a kitchen is substantially altered. So that's what we're doing there. We're just proposing that we get rid of that language that is very limiting, and we don't want this in the California Building Code because it's less stringent than what's in the ADA standards. So that is item number 17. And then we had item number 33. And let's see. Item number 33. Oh, okay, this one. You know, the question came up a few years ago when you look at the figure and you understand that the figures are only illustrative, they're not regulatory. And we had conversations with the United States Access Board, and they said, yeah, they realized that when you look to the standards that this was actually an issue that they recognized that would need potentially sometime in the future some clarification if and when they go back and do more rulemaking. And what they said is you look to this figure where it shows from the center line of the water closet to the edge of the lavatory, and it says 18 inches minimum. So they said in actuality, what you need to do is take a look at this exception that applies to residential dwelling units, but then you also have to compare it to the requirements for a grab bar. So when you look at the requirements for a grab bar, let's say that you were going to install, because the range of installing a grab bar is from 33 to 36 inches. So you're going to install your grab bar to the top of the grab bar at 33 inches. All right, then you've got 1.5 inches for the grab bar itself and 1.5 inches that's required below the grab bar. So now you're down to what? If you were at 33 inches, you take you take 3 inches away from that. Now you're down at 30 inches. So then you can see the issue with a lavatory, because a lavatory has to be 34 inches or less. But now you've got a problem too with a lavatory, because at the front edge of the lavatory, you need to provide at the knee and toe clearance 29 inches above the finished floor. And then what happened just recently, probably within, I'd say about the last 6 weeks, the U.S. Access Board actually, they have guidance documents, guides to the standards that are reviewed by U.S. Department of Justice before they're published on the Access Board website. And when you take a look at the guidance document from the U.S. Access Board, they actually address this situation, at least in their guidance document. So what we're proposing here is, and you can see in the figure and in the proposed change to the code text as well, that rather than 18 inches minimum, it would require from center line of the water closet to the edge of the lavatory, 26 inches minimum. And we realize, as the discussion came about yesterday, that space is always a premium, but if it can't be installed and it's not accessible, that would open up persons to lawsuits for non-compliant installations of those grab bars over a lavatory. So that's what we're proposing with that particular item. Okay, so that was 11B33, and I think the last one we have is 11B34.
Nope.
Actually, 11B34, if I have that correct, item 11B34, that isn't related to residential dwelling units.
That's not on our list for this one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wrote that down incorrectly then. Okay.
All right. Thank you for the overview of the proposals. So I'm just going to go back over the numbers again so that per Commissioner Mickelton's comment, that for people that are following along, On our tab 12, final express terms, they do not contain some of the dashes that I read off before, so I'm just going to clarify. We're taking up 11B.02, 11B04, 11B05, 11B08, 11B12, 11B14, 11B15, 11B16, 11B17, 11B33, and 11B42. These items are now open for commissioner discussion, and I will call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
No comment.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Yeah, a couple of comments. One is that, well, first of all, thank you for grouping these together for efficiency. But I'm going to ask that 11B.33, that's sort of, we're mixing apples and oranges here by including this one with the other sort of reference text and moving things from 11A to 11B. This is a substantive change in a particular code requirement from what it was before. So I would actually like to vote on this separately. So that's number one. And number two is that in following what Susan Moe said, I actually have been addressing this very issue with San Francisco Mayor's Office on Disability recently, in the tremendous number of public housing facilities that they're involved in working on, and trying to clarify this with them by creating public bulletins that show whether, rather show how you can conform with this requirement. I don't know if I'm able to share my screen. I'm not. I have a diagram that I could show, but I'll describe it. If you set the grab bar at 36 inches and it's 1.5 inches thick, and you need to have 1.5 inches below it, then that brings you down 3 inches, so that the countertop or lavatory top would need to be at 33 rather than 34, which is quite doable if it's planned for. So I do believe that the code as it stands for this item, I agree that it's difficult and that you have to pay a lot of attention to it, but that it is possible to conform with the code as it is and have it be accessible, and conform with even the drawing, which I know is not quote code. So I do have an issue with that. And maybe Sue, you can, if you have any further information or background. I mean, I acknowledge that the access board sees that the diagram is a problem. There may be other ways of solving this, but I feel like in California, there is a way that makes this work. And barring an actual change from the access board that we're trying to conform to, I question whether we actually need to make this change, which is why I'm asking for it to be separated in a separate vote.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner Mickelton. And, as we've said before, one other avenue we always have is our DSA advisory manual. And now that we're really pointing to that with our definition of public housing, this could be something that, and we could save this for later discussion, but this could be something that we could really clarify in that advisory manual, so people take great care when they design their toilet and bathing facilities and residential dwelling units with mobility features, so they can do it and not use those extra few inches, but still make it comply.
That's a really good idea. And I know that in the profession, people really do look at that manual. So that's a good source. And the things that Mayor's Office on Disability has come up with could, even be, excerpted probably and put into that. So
Sure.
I appreciate that thought.
Okay.
Commissioner Santillan,
No comment.
Commissioner Sasaki,
No comment.
Commissioner Allegre,
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No comment.
all right. Is there any further follow-up discussion from the commissioners? Okay. We will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on items 11B02, 11B04, 11B05, 11B08, 11B12, 11B14, 11B15, 11B16, 11B17, or 11B42, please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you check the phones?
You have 5 questions remaining. Hi, this is Natasha Reyes with Disability Rights California. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So thank you so much, commissioners, for getting through these 3 days and for taking our public comments. And thank you also for suggesting the grouping. We think that's very helpful. So my first comment is about the grouping in particular, and then I'd like to comment on 11B15 and 11B16. So in regards to the incorporation of Chapter 11A into 11B, we fully support DSA's incredible work in doing this and making the code easier to use for code users. We would like to note that yesterday, DSA stated that in doing this work, they did identify parts of 11A that appeared not in compliance with FHA design manual. And so because Chapter 11A must comply with the FHA, we suggest that DSA work with HCD to review Chapter 11A for compliance. And make sure that Chapter 11A itself is in compliance, and also that any incorporated parts into 11B are also in compliance with the FHA. On DSA item 11B.15, this actually highlights that point. Again, we express support for DSA's work in incorporating 11A into 11B, with that goal of making the code clearer and easier to use. But we do note that this section doesn't completely incorporate the FHA guidelines under requirement 1. We still support this item, so I do want to be clear that we are recommending approval of this item because DSA has committed to working with DRC in the next cycle to incorporate some language that we noted was didn't make it into this proposal, but we are fully on board with moving forward with this item. And on 11B.16, I think you heard Bob Raymer mention this in conjunction with the public housing definition amendment that was approved yesterday. We also are fully in support of this item, very strongly support this amendment, and it includes important changes that ensure broader accessibility. It brings this chapter into compliance with the 2010 ADAS as required by federal and state laws. So we just want to express our very strong support for this item. Thank you. That concludes my comments.
Can I have the caller's name and organization she represents again? Because I missed that.
Well, that was Natasha Reyes. She's with the Disability Rights California.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you. This is Bob Raymer with the California Building Industry Association and also representing the California Apartment Association and the California Association of Realtors. And as Natasha just said, we're in strong support of 11B16. When this came before the Code Advisory Committee during the previous cycle, there was some concern that this may not be actual standard language. Since that time, we've put those concerns to rest. The language you see before you today is effectively verbatim, with the exception of the reference to a California section instead of a federal section. The remainder of the language is verbatim out of the federal DOJ standards. So we strongly support the adoption of this. While it does reference a particular issue that may be quite rare today, I suspect that this is going to get far more use as we go down over the next 10 to 15 years. So once again, we're in strong support, and we thank DRC and the others, along with DSA, for the work they put into this. Thank you.
You have 3 questions remaining.
Yes, hello, this is Matt Sigler from Plumbing Manufacturers International. PMI, just for those on the call that may not be aware of us, we represent the manufacturers that produce over 90% of the plumbing fixtures and fixture fittings sold in the United States. I am calling and speaking about item 11B.42. The issues that we have with the proposed text pertains to reinforcement for grab bar changes being made to bathtubs and showers. Though we recognize as an association some of the issues that led to the proposed language, mainly being in regards to field installed reinforcement, where you involve multiple contractors involved in performing the work, we feel that the proposed text does not account for when a manufactured tub that includes surrounding walls or a manufactured shower that also includes reinforcement built into the walls, or the use of proprietary grab bars are installed. Right now, manufactured products, and there's a lot of manufactured tubs and showers in the marketplace that already have reinforcement built into the walls. That reinforcement is currently based on to provide sufficient reinforcement for grab bars as prescribed under Chapter 11 of the California Building Code. What this proposed changes will do for both the bathtubs and the showers, it's going to cause those manufacturers to have to redesign their products to address their reinforcement. And right now, it's PMI's understanding that there are no issues currently with this reinforcement as it's currently already installed and included in these manufactured products for the use of their own proprietary grab bars. And so we'd like to see some type of an exception, which we have language, and I believe that language was shared earlier this week with DSA regarding a proposed exception to be added to the text to account for manufactured products where the use of proprietary grab bars are installed. The other issues that we have with the proposed text involve shower thresholds. We appreciate the DSA for considering our comments in regards to the slope of the shower floor and their proposed change of 1/4 of an inch, but yet we disagree with their analysis and the reason for making this change. I think it's important for the commission to understand that currently all industry standards by which manufacturers design their plumbing products are based on an anywhere between a range of 1/8 of an inch to 1/2 an inch per foot maximum. Limiting the slope to 1/4 inch maximum foot without any technical justification to why is going to cause unnecessary costs upon manufacturers of shower receptors. And we would ask that the commission also consider maybe a possible amendment or an exception to account for the slope of manufactured shower receptors being allowed to have a 1/2 inch maximum per foot in any direction. With that, I will stop and thank the commission for hearing my comments. Thank you.
You have 2 questions remaining.
Hi, this is Jerry Desmond with Plumbing Manufacturers International. on behalf of PMI, following up on Matt Sigler's testimony and comments right now, and just noting that our issues have been presented verbally in the past and in the 45-day period, and we appreciate the consideration, possible consideration by the commission today. Thank you.
You have one question remaining.
This is Connie Arnold, Disability Rights Advocate. I would just like to, on the items being considered, support any of the comments that have been made or will be made by Tim Kimish in relation to the agendized items. Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
All right, thank you, commenters. BSC staff, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
None for these items, but as a side note, just to confirm that PMI did send comment in. I think they sent it to DSA and we were CC'd on some talking points, but these were submitted after the time frame that was allowed for them to be included. That's why they weren't included as a comment initially.
All right.
But we do have that info, and so does DSA.
All right. And did the state architect want to have any response to any of the commenters?
Yeah, I understand the concern with the backing for the grab bars. And when we took a look at that, there were a couple issues. For one, yes, we did hear during the Access Code Collaborative from various building officials that there were issues that the backing that was the provisions for the backing that was in Chapter 11A was insufficient for when they went to install the grab bars. So what we took a look at, if you look in the Fair Housing Act Design Manual, it requires that the backing be between 32 to 38 inches, but they recommend that the backing extend from 30 to 38 inches. The issue when you look at Chapter 11A, it uses that range 32 to 38 inches, but then it says that that's a nominal, it's 6 inches nominal. Well, if you use a nominal dimension, that's going to probably take it down to maybe more like 5 1/4, 5 1/2 inches. So that is what we heard from building officials when they went out and actually looked at some of these installations and the issues that they saw. We looked at the Fair Housing Act Design Manual, took into consideration what was recommended in the design manual. Now, I will have to say for the receptor at the shower floor, I think we would be amenable, to correct that and actually allow, rather than our 1/4 inch, a 1/2 inch. So that's basically where we are with some of these requirements for the backing for the grab bar. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to ask the commissioners at this point if there are any follow-up discussion.
This is Commissioner Mickelton. So I have a couple of things. One is the 8-inch problem, or the 6-inch problem that's becoming an 8-inch solution. I understand the importance of that's a very common field issue that comes up again in the work with Mayor's Office on Disability. Their recommendation is actually 10 inches in order to just give people the flexibility of installing it at different heights if there's a reasonable accommodation for moving it and so forth. But I agree that the 8-inch per FHA design manual is going to lead to better field conditions. So I appreciate that. I do have a question though about the 1/2 inch slope. The allowance for that, if we were to do that, I've never encountered anybody having an issue with the slope of a pre-made shower unit, but I actually wasn't aware that some are 1/2 inch rather than 1/4. Where does the allowance for that originate, if anywhere, if we were to consider continuing that?
Actually, when we went back and took a look at that, there isn't a requirement in the Fair Housing Accessibility Guidelines for the actual slope on the shower floor. So I think that in looking at that, as I said before, I don't think we would have an issue to instead allow the 1/2 inch rather than requiring a 1/4 inch for the receptor for the drain itself.
Thank you, that's all.
Sue, if
You're like,
I'm on, if I may add to Sue's comment there, DSA is amenable to the 1/2 inch, and if the commission would like to approve as amended, that may be a pathway that the commission could utilize in order to get to that final result. Thank you.
Sue, can you point out for us what exactly in our final express terms where that amendment would be made, please?
Oh yeah, which item that would be in? That would actually be under 11B42.
Yeah, which is very long. So
Yeah, and let me see.
Is it on page 37 of 42 of the final express terms at the bottom?
It's under, yeah, and it's item, if you look at that particular section, it's 11B 809.10.6.2.
And so you would strike out the 1/4 inch and you would say the slope of the shower floor shall be no more than 1/2 inch?
Or we would say 1/2 inch maximum.
Shall be 1/2 inch maximum.
Yeah.
Okay, so just change 1/4 to 1/2.
Correct.
Okay.
And just, this is Derek Shaw, and just to clarify, that would be simply changing the 1/4 to 1/2, but still retaining the words per foot.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Just as a procedure issue here, it's possible this might have to go out for a 15-day public comment period. So I'm trying to think
if I could just make a point of order. So the commission may make amendments spontaneously like this if it's for clarification, clerical error, or something like that. But this sounds like it would be a substantive change that would require the proposing agency to go back to public comment, because that change could result in the public having different opinions about the 1/2 inch versus 1/4 inch. So I don't think it's the kind of change that would be deemed just clerical.
This is Commissioner Mickerton. I don't know if this would make any difference in that assessment, but if that 1/2 inch was established here rather than the 1/4 inch, then it would apply to all shower slopes. What we're talking about specifically is an existing industry standard of prefabricated showers that are currently 1/2 inch and allowed at 1/2 inch. So I wonder if rather than changing that number in context here, if DSA were to suggest an amendment that added a short sentence that said that it doesn't, or that it's 1/2 inch for prefabricated showers, that would be a clarification. I think it wouldn't be introducing a new requirement, and it wouldn't be introducing a new change in, the built environment.
I would leave that up to DSA to kind of clarify if they deem that to be considered a substantive change, Commissioner Mickelton's new proposal, or if that could be considered clerical, since I'm not an expert on the matter.
This is Derek Shaw with DSA. To carve out a special exception for pre-manufactured shower compartments would actually create a benefit at this time for the pre-manufactured industry, while not providing a similar benefit to the site fabricated installers of shower compartments. We recognize that the 11A regulations presently have a maximum slope allowance of 1/2 inch, and that applies to pre-manufactured and site fabricated shower installations. So as an existing regulation, which DSA adopts at 1/2 inch per foot maximum, we feel that to change under the commission's authority to approve as amended, that simply retains the regulations as they are for that are presently in Chapter 11A. So there wouldn't be any real effect on the regulation on showers in housing facilities if this was to be changed to 1/2 inch. But we see that the distinction of an exception for the pre-manufactured industry would not be equitable to construction as a whole.
I would just
Let me ask just a clarifying question on that, the way that DSA has phrased that. Would there be stakeholders that would feel they did not have sufficient input for this change if it went from 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch on the fly like this in today's meeting? Would there be stakeholders that would say, you know, we did not have an opportunity to vet that change and we have a different opinion than what's been presented?
So essentially what we're asking for is to bring over the requirement from 11A as presently exists. So we're essentially withdrawing this proposal and it remains as 1/2 inch, but we can't withdraw the entire proposal because we need to bring this language in from 11A to 11B. So I'm not sure how that's actually, I mean, that's what we're requesting as, and that's why we feel this is not a substantive request. I do want to address as well the issue, manufacturers, because their pans are crafted in a factory, actually have the ability to create more exact measurements. If we allow 1/4 inch per foot on a construction site, which is not as exact, we're actually really creating more of an issue because we're giving greater deference to something that's manufactured in a factory and less deference to something that's actually created on site, which has a greater issue in terms of tolerances.
This is Commissioner Mickelton again. I just pulled up the shower compartments section of 11A to make sure I'm looking at the right one. It's 1127A.5.3. And it says thresholds in roll-in shower compartments shall be 1/2 inch maximum in height, and that the floor surfaces shall be the maximum slope of the floor shall be 1/4 inch per foot. So not 1/2, as I think Susan, you were just saying.
Yeah.
Is there another section that?
No, you're correct. I went from memory, and it's best not to do that. So yeah, you're correct.
So sort of full circle here for our discussion, I would say that if manufacturers are creating floors that are 1/2 inch per foot now, they are out of compliance. And I would propose that we stay with the language that's proposed, unless I'm missing something here. The 1/4-inch language that's proposed.
Yep. Thank you for that. Thank you for checking that.
You're welcome.
I may have missed something. This is Mia with Building Standards. I want to ask a question here. So when DSA brought over the language for slope, which is in section 11B 809.10.6.2, that language as written in 11A has 1/2 inch. Is that what I'm understanding? And DSA changed it to 1/4 inch?
No, it was, we just confirmed that it was 1/4 inch in 11A, and it's remaining 1/4 inch. So
Okay.
the question that I posed in response to the caller saying that manufacturers use 1/2 inch, I said I wasn't aware that 1/2 inch was allowed. We've now confirmed that 1/2 inch was not allowed. So I feel there's no reason to change DSA's 11B.42 item to anything else other than what it says.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Do any
I have no other comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Mickelton. Do any other commissioners have any further discussion?
Yes, Commissioner Sasaki, I was just wondering whether or not DSA addressed the question about grab bar reinforcement that Mr. Ziegler brought up. And I guess, I mean, not knowing these issues very well, I guess I just understood from him that these pre-manufactured enclosures, shower enclosures, have reinforcement built within the unit itself. So I thought he was making the point that requiring reinforcement in the stud walls, I think, is, I don't know, well, sort of redundant, if you will, or not needed for these pre-manufactured units. And so how do we address that?
This is Commissioner Mickelton. Actually, I'm going to jump in here, Commissioner Sasaki, because I've been dealing with this very issue a lot. And the problem occurs that if a pre-manufactured shower unit is replaced 10, 15, 20 years down the road, then there is no reinforcement in the wall. So that's one of the concerns. I just wanted to throw that out, and DSA can address this as well.
The other issue is potentially not all shower compartments are going to be constructed and such that a pre-manufactured unit is going to be slipped into that space. There could be other materials that they use on the wall that would require backing in the wall. And when you look at the Fair Housing Accessibility Guidelines and the 2010 ADA standards that don't apply to these units, but they don't differentiate between whether it's a pre-manufactured shower compartment or whether you actually provide backing in the stud wall. So that's what we're addressing, is that backing is potentially provided in the stud wall. And it might be redundant, but as I said, there might be other materials that are used to finish off that shower compartment that is not necessarily.
Sue, you muted yourself. Sue, we didn't catch the tail end of your comment because you muted yourself. Can you repeat your last sentence?
Oh, yeah, my apologies. Yeah, potentially shower compartments might be finished out and not always be done so with a pre-manufactured shower unit. It could be other materials that they use. Maybe, you know, they could use tile on the wall, other types of materials. So it isn't necessarily always a pre-manufactured unit. And I know from talking to some of the people down in Los Angeles, they're actually, the shower compartments that they're putting in down there are actually panelized, that they put in section by section. So there's lots of different methods for what they do to finish out these shower compartments.
Thank you.
All right. Any other follow-up discussion from our commissioners? All right.
Hello. This is Derek Shaw with the Division of the State Architect. I'm somewhat embarrassed to have to do this, but I think I need to go back and correct our previous correction of the shower floor slope requirements that are presently in Chapter 11A. I did have the opportunity after that part of the discussion finished to confirm visually that the Chapter 11A, Section 1134A.6, item number 2, is actually the section that regulates the floor slope in showers. And there it says the maximum slope of the shower floor shall be 1/2 inch per foot in any direction and shall slope to drain. So while I think that Commissioner Mickelton was citing item 5 for thresholds, I believe that that was the incorrect citation, and that rather item 2 for the slope should be the proper citation. If we could discuss that a little bit more to help confirm that.
This is Commissioner Mixon. I did actually start reading from thresholds, but I was just starting from the wrong place. The actual number that I skipped to was 1127A 534, which is floor. The maximum slope of the floor shall be 1/4 inch per foot in any direction.
Okay, and that item under 1127, that would be for common use facilities. So that is a different requirement, and that is not being proposed to be brought over from Chapter 11A to Chapter 11B. Rather, we're bringing over Division 4, which begins with Section 1128A, and those are for the dwelling unit features. And that's the bounds of this series of items here.
Excellent. Okay, very good. And this highlights exactly what the challenge is that code users have in going back and forth between the two sections with different numbering systems and so forth.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
So then, Derek, can you then state again, I assume that now you would be saying that you want to bring that 1/2 inch over, and that would be your amended section for the new language?
Yes, we would revert to our earlier assessment, where at that time we were under the impression that it was 1/2 inch per foot in 11A, and that we wanted to bring that we were open to the commission making an approve as amended to have our item reflect the 1/2 inch rather than the 1/4 inch as has been published. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, it's essentially just a not a typo, but there was a mistake in bringing over the 11A language or number into the proposed amendment. So it's really not there's no material change. It's the same. 1/2 inch is in 11A and 1/2 inch is proposed for 11B. Correct?
Yeah, and we like to call that a drafting error. So I would say, yes, that's correct.
So
Okay.
just to clarify, this is Viana Barb with DGS Legal. It was meant to probably be 1/2 inch all along, is what I'm hearing,
Yes.
right? DSA? Okay. Yeah, okay.
And that the consequence of us taking that out and not making the change means that the code users would have to revert back to 11A and it would say 1/2 inch anyway. So we would want to change the quarter to 1/2, and that would be our amendment here.
And that would be consistent with.
That would be consistent with.
We don't
11A.
want a conflict in it.
Correct, yeah. All right, any further discussion, commissioners? All right, I'll entertain a motion at this time to consider the Division of the State Architects proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Building Code. And again, I want to read these item numbers just for clarity. 11B02, 11B04, 11B05, 11B08, 11B12, 11B14, 11B15, 11B16, 11B17, and 11B42.
This is Commissioner Mickerton. I will make a motion to approve DSA items. I will go ahead and read them again. 11B02, 11B04, 11B05, 11B08, 11B12, 11B14, 11B.15, 11B.16, 11B.17, and 11B.42. And in item 11B.42, approve as amended to change code section 11B-809.10.6.2 to show 1/2 inch rather than 1/4 inch for the floor slope to reflect the current 11A requirement with no change.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Sasaki, seconds.
It is moved and seconded that these motions are passed with amendment. Are there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner, Commissioner Mickerton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan.
Aye.
I didn't hear that.
Aye. Yes.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. The second request from the email that we received about grouping items was related to detectable warnings. And I think what I'd like to do is ask the commissioners for consensus on the items that we intend to group, and we'll get that lined out first, and then we will ask for an overview from the Division of State Architect. So the grouped items related to detectable warnings take us back to items 2.0 and 2.03 that we had skipped on the definitions. In addition, it would be item 11B.18, 11B.19, 11B20, 11B21, 11B22, 11B24, 11B28, 11B29, 11B30, 11B36, 11B37, 11B38, 11B39, and 11B43.
This is Derek Shaw with DSA. Undersecretary Lee, for your consideration, please, I wanted to highlight that in the prior group of items during discussion, we had specifically omitted item 11B.33. And as far as I know, we've not returned to that item.
That's correct. We can go back to it later. Are you saying that you feel like that's part of a detectable warning conversation?
No, ma'am. We believe that is part of the housing group of items. And I just wanted to assure that the commission had not inadvertently neglected to come back to that.
Thank you. We will take that up as a separate item.
Okay.
Is there any input from the commissioners on this grouping of items for the detectable warnings? All right, if this looks right to everyone, I will ask for an overview of these items from the Division of the State Architect.
Okay, very good. Thank you. This is Derek Shaw with the State Architect's Office, and I'll go ahead and present this grouping of items. The first item, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the first item will be 11B.18.
We have item 2.2.01 and 2.03 under definitions as well.
Okay, let me go ahead and restart with item 2.01. So item 2.01 proposes amendments to the existing definition of blended transition. There are amendments here that are proposed for grammar, and that's relocating the language about the maximum grade of 5% or less. And there also is a proposed deletion of the term pedestrian access route to be replaced with the term circulation path, and also adding or walk to one of the example to the existing language that discusses sidewalk. Here we believe that these changes are consistent with the existing definition of blended transition, and that the change from a pedestrian access route, which is a term that is not used in Chapter 11B, and changing it to a circulation path is appropriate and would not introduce any new levels of regulations that are beyond those that are currently enforced on blended transitions in the current building code. The second item in the group is the definition of circulation path. And here DSA is proposing to add the clarifying language of accessible or non-accessible prepared, so that definition would read: an accessible or non-accessible prepared exterior or interior way of passage provided for pedestrian travel, including but not limited to walks, sidewalks, hallways, courtyards, elevators, platform lifts, ramps, stairways, and landings. while there have been some public comments that have suggested that adding the term accessible or non-accessible and also the word prepared in some manner changes the understanding of the term circulation path, DSA disagrees. The term circulation path has long represented and is it also represents under the ADA standards, which DSA has incorporated as our model code. It does represent both accessible and non-accessible ways of passage for pedestrian travel. So this we believe is not an issue that would hinder the adoption of this amendment. Now, the word prepared, the language there was added specifically by DSA so as to exclude natural sloping surfaces. To exclude natural surfaces that are not prepared for ways of passage, okay, that are not prepared as walking surfaces. And so while people may walk across many prepared and natural features, the building code and the accessibility requirements is primarily focused on the prepared surfaces. Okay, so we believe that that is also a right and appropriate amendment to this definition. From here, we'll go ahead and go up to item 11B.18. And in this item, we are proposing in section 11B-247.1.2.5, we're proposing to strike the language that refers to hazardous vehicular areas. And this existing language does address the scoping requirements, which would allow detectable warnings at hazardous vehicular areas if the adjoining or crossing walk is not separated from the vehicle areas, vehicular ways, by curbs, railings, or other elements. Here we are replacing this existing language with new language for blended transitions. In coordination with other items that we'll be discussing as part of this group, the blended transitions new proposed language will address many, if not most, of the locations that are currently addressed under the concept of hazardous vehicular areas. Okay, the next item is item 11B.19, 11B.19. And here, this is a new scoping section that is proposed for section 11B-250. Here we are generally requiring that circulation paths be physically separated from vehicular traffic. And this leading sentence here captures much of the requirements that we formerly saw as referenced on the previous item that we formerly saw in section 11B-247.1.2.5 for hazardous vehicular areas. Okay, it's that requirement for separations. We have certainly limited it to the primary requirement for a raised circulation path, 4 inches minimum above the area where vehicular traffic occurs. And then a series of exceptions is provided which address unique conditions or common conditions under alterations. So the first exception to this tells us that at locations where circulation paths cross driveways or drive aisles, circulation paths shall not be required to be raised and detectable warnings shall not be permitted along the sides of the crossing. Okay, what that does is that clarifies that that at these locations, we are prohibiting the location of detectable warnings along the sides of the crossing. So where we have a crossing at driveways or drive aisles, and a crossing is designated, it's pretty common, though not required, but it's pretty common that we will see a series of diagonal striped ground markings to indicate where that crossing occurs. DSA has received reports that some installations previously and currently under the code have been specifying a strip of detectable warnings on both sides of that crossing. And this would necessarily be in the vehicular space where cars would regularly travel across the detectable warnings. Detectable warnings generally are not designed as appropriate for a ground surface for vehicles to travel across regularly. And so that is some of the thinking that went into this exception 1. Exception 2, here we're talking specifically about locations where sidewalks and walks in the public right-of-way cross driveways without yield or stop traffic control. At those locations, compliance with this section shall not be required. Okay, and so this exception is going to address those locations where you do have you're in the public right-of-way, and we often see quite a number of driveways that are oriented so that the vehicle crosses over the walk or sidewalk. Further limiting this exception is the phrase about being without yield or stop traffic control. Now, commonly that refers to stoplights or stop signs that are located at the exit or entrance to a facility in coordination with the driveway. So at those locations, then the provisions of 11B-250.1 would not be required. It's important to point out, and this is going to respond to some of the comments that had been submitted on this, is that non-compliance with 11B, is that the absence of a requirement under 11B-250.1 does not remove the requirement for detectable warnings at curb ramps or at blended transitions, which may be provided at these locations. And again, this is only in the public right-of-way at driveways without yield or stop traffic control. Okay, so if you have curb ramps there, they're still going to need to have detectable warnings on them. For locations where sidewalks and walks in the public right-of-way cross driveways with yield or stop traffic control, those types of facilities are going to be required to comply with the main paragraph at the head of this section, and the exception number 2 would not apply to those types of facilities. Exception number 3 addresses, states that curb ramps with detectable warnings that are complying with section 11B-247.1.2.2 and blended transitions with detectable warnings complying with section 11B-247.1.2.5 shall not be required to comply with this section. So this is another example of what I had mentioned with regard to exception number 2. But here we recognize that curb ramps and blended transitions that have compliant detectable warnings are not required to be raised and physically separated. That recognizes the very practical inconsistency of requiring a raised separation where a curb ramp is specifically intended to provide a smooth transition without any raised element there. Exception number 4, this addresses access aisles serving parking spaces complying with section 11B 502. That's accessible parking spaces. Accessible passenger drop-off and loading zones, and accessible electric vehicle charging station vehicle spaces. That these are also not required to comply with this section. It is inconsistent to have detectable warnings located within the vehicles, any of those 3 vehicle spaces, whether it be parking, the vehicle space for parking, the vehicle space at the passenger drop-off and loading zone, or the vehicle space at the electric vehicle charging station. It's incompatible with the requirements to provide detectable warnings either within the vehicle spaces or at the access aisles that are specified specifically in exception 4. As I had mentioned yesterday, these access aisles are provided to allow the fine maneuvering techniques that are necessary for a person who uses a mobility device to be able to maneuver close to the vehicle and position themselves properly so that they can make the transfer into the car that they're going to be utilizing. And it's that need for the precise maneuvering in these locations that is incompatible with detectable warnings, which are for these needs, they're basically a barrier. Okay, and then exception 5 is specific to alterations to existing parking facilities. Here we say that in these facilities that physical separation may be provided with detectable warnings complying with sections 11B 247 and 11B 705.1 in lieu of raised circulation paths. So for any concerns, and I believe we received a few comments that maybe the commenters didn't quite understand or appreciate the exception 5, but that these proposals would create an undue burden on existing facilities. Well, existing facilities are generally in 2 states. Either there's no construction or alterations proposed, in which case the building code does not take effect. Okay, because the building code only it goes into effect when new construction or alterations occur. The second state that they may be in is that there are existing conditions, an existing facility to which an alteration is proposed. And in this case, exception 5 is specifically crafted to address that case where we have alterations to existing parking facilities. We did receive some comments, and while I don't really want to, what I'd like to do is address them generally to address them generally, and if additional detail is needed, please let me know. But some of the comments indicated that the changes that we're proposing, both in the prior item, 11B.18 and 11B.19, would take away the option to use separating elements such as planters, walls, and guardrails. And some have asserted that these sort of separators have been working just fine for people with disabilities. That contrasts, I must say, with the information that we gathered through our focus group series of meetings that were specific to the broader detectable warnings issues. And the information that we received through those focus group meetings was that the variety of elements, separating elements such as planters, walls, and guardrails, creates, for people who are blind or visually impaired, it creates a less clear mental image or understanding of the environment in which they are. So if we have an environment where the circulation path is separated from the vehicle area by a by a planter for 6 feet, and then a 4-foot bench that was permanently mounted, and then maybe a railing, that these various elements hinder people's ability to understand where the actual edge of that pedestrian circulation path, where that is. And it's less safe because of that. Additionally, one of the points that was brought forth to our focus group on this, as well as the Access Code Collaborative, was that where railings were used, low railings we're speaking of here, maybe 3 to 4 feet in height, with widely spaced vertical supports for a top railing surface, that quite often that guide dogs, trained guide dogs, are trained in such a way that they have a tendency to only look for those barriers or obstructions that would affect the dog, and that the dog then, where they do recognize a barrier in that manner, then they would halt or redirect so that their user would be taken to another area that would be safe from any hazards. Well, the testimony that we have received indicated that where you have a vertical railing and an open space underneath, that often the dogs don't perceive that as a barrier and will proceed underneath that open railing, creating a hazard to their user, the person who is blind or visually impaired. And so, so what we've done is we've as a group, basically, in combination with the last item, 11B18, and this item, 11B19, we have helped to clarify the existing requirements that currently are under hazardous vehicular areas. We've refined those to emphasize more that the physical separation by curbs is the preferable method of providing that, but that as an alternative, that in various locations, detectable warnings may be used. We have certainly left out the language about the variety of separating elements like planters and walls and guardrails. Additionally, some of the other comments had focused on the idea that about cut-through medians, and that the provisions in 11B.19 don't address cut-through medians. To that, I've had some direct conversations with some of the commenters who had submitted those sort of comments, and indicated to them that where you have a cut-through median, well, let me explain what a cut-through median is, just for those who may not be familiar with the term. A cut-through median is a term that is quite often used in roadway design, and it speaks about the sort of the median that separates vehicle traffic lanes. Okay, we'll often find a median between two between traffic in opposing directions. So in the middle of the roadway, there's quite often a raised area that is called a median. Okay, medians are also the term that's applied to sometimes a triangular or somewhat triangular shaped element, which forms a turn lane. And so those medians create a separation between the turn lane and the adjacent lanes that are continuing on in an aligned direction. And so there's often this triangular shaped raised median that is between those lanes. Now, for accessibility for people who use wheelchairs and other mobility devices, those medians are a barrier. Untreated, they are a barrier. And so either curb ramps are required to be provided there so as to provide an accessible route through that area, or a cut through would be required in those locations. And a cut through simply identifies the pathway of the accessible route through those. It creates a break in the median of the appropriate width so as to allow passage. And this is one of the key points to it. And it provides a surface, a ground surface level that is approximately equivalent to the roadway surface. And so as you can see, there's in these cases where you have a cut through, the person who's proceeding from the roadway through a cut through is going to be at approximately the same elevation. And so similar to the requirements at curb ramps, in those locations where we have a cut through, detectable warnings are required at the points that are adjacent to the roadway. Okay, again, it maintains that concept that the detectable warnings provide a replacement for people who are blind or visually impaired. It's a replacement to the cue that would have been provided if a curb was there formerly. Okay, but of course the curb's been removed so as to allow passage of people who use mobility devices. So in that case, the element where the cut through meets the roadway surface, that is, and it's no extensive stretch of the imagination here, but that is pretty directly a blended transition. Okay, and it's consistent with the definition of blended transition. Now remember, I said that the cut through, the ground surface of the cut through, is at approximately the same elevation as the roadway ground surface. Okay, so there's no level of slope like would be required for a curb ramp. There's no real level of slope that's required to make that transition. And that's actually quite consistent if we look back to the definition of blended transition that talks about three types of elements: raised pedestrian crossing, a depressed corner, or a similar connection that has a grade of 5% or less. Okay, so here this is a condition that is quite similar to the ground surface condition that we would encounter with a raised pedestrian street crossing, where we have the crossing at the elevation, at essentially the same elevation as the walking surface. In this case, it's within the cut through. So to those comments, I would say please apply directly the provisions and the language and the exceptions that are specific to the blended transitions at the cut through medians. So we don't see that the cut through medians issue would necessitate any changes or risk to this item. Now, secondly, the commenters have referred back to figures that are located in the California Building Code, Chapter 11B, in the ADA, excuse me, not the ADA standards, the Public Right-of-Way Accessibility Guidelines, and I think as well as ANSI 117.1 about blended transitions. No, I'm sorry, Caltrans standard figures about blended transitions. And they indicate that all of those sources have an illustration of it's the common illustration, actually. It's an illustration that is sourced from the Public Right-of-Way Accessibility Guidelines. And, well, I'm not going to find it. But what that shows is it shows a street corner, one corner of a street intersection. And rather than having curb ramps going in two directions to the two adjacent street crossings, what they have instead is they show a sloped surface that makes that transition between the road level, ground level, the roadway level, and the sidewalk. Okay. Now, those sloped surfaces are identified as blended transitions, and they certainly are in DSA's judgment as well. Those ground surfaces would have to have a slope of 5% or less, and those would be termed blended transitions. Those conditions are not. And then the second type of element that's identified in the blended transition definition talks about a depressed corner. Now, what happens in a depressed corner design is the roadway level stays the same level, but you instead of bringing up by a sloping surface to make that transition to the sidewalk level, what you do there is you actually take the two sidewalks that come together from the adjacent roads, sidewalks, you take that area at the corner and you transition down so that the ground surface of the sidewalk at the corner becomes at approximately the same elevation as the roadway surface. So in the first example, we ramp up from the roadway surface to the standard sidewalk level. In the second example, we depress the standard sidewalk elevation so that it's approximately the same level as the roadway. And that it's that condition that is most similar to the cut throughs that we see before, and to many other of the locations that otherwise would have been identified under the current hazardous vehicular areas section. Okay, and that would be where the walk crosses or adjoins the vehicular way, and the walking surfaces are not separated. Okay, so it's in that manner that it's actually a straightforward interpretation to apply the blended transition provisions to the cut-through medians. And then I think some of the last comments, and we received a variety of comments on this point, was that in alterations to existing facilities, that these new requirements would introduce a level of infeasibility for the projects. Okay, it might, and that infeasibility, though, is accounted for in the code already. Here we would look to existing section 11B-202.3, exception 1. This is language that comes from the ADA standards for accessible design. DSA brought that language in directly when we had the rewrite of Chapter 11B that came out in the 2013 California Building Code. And even prior to that, DSA's accessibility provisions included the concept of technical infeasibility. So that exception is quite specifically placed to address alterations to existing facilities, and that's all it applies to. Doesn't apply to new construction on new sites. So in alterations to existing facilities, that exception tells us that in alterations where the enforcing authority determines compliance with the applicable requirements is technically infeasible, the alteration shall provide equivalent facilitation or comply with the requirements to the maximum extent feasible. And then there's additional language that requires the building official to document this and enter it into the files for that enforcing agency. So where the commenter suggests that these changes would create technical infeasibilities, DSA had anticipated that completely, and we recognize that the exception that I just cited for technical infeasibility would be right and appropriate to apply in these conditions. Okay, and so that's it for that item, 11B.19.
Excuse me, this is Commissioner Mickelton. Thank you, Derek, for that. That was a tour de force explanation. And helped me a lot, actually. And before we move on to other things and get out of our collective mindset here, I want to ask a couple of specific questions. You asked, or you mentioned about singling out the exception 2 with the yield or stop traffic control. Can you just speak a little bit more about why that's accepted out?
Yes, certainly. As one proceeds down sidewalks, sometimes the sidewalks are going through commercial areas. Sometimes they're going through residential areas. And we all know that, especially in residential areas, but also in a great number of commercial areas, that the driveways are provided without stop signs or stop lights. It's very common, and it's utilized where the vehicle traffic is considered to be very low. So in a residential area where you have a driveway that leads from the home's garage, and the driver typically backs up, they cross that sidewalk before they back into the street, that would be an example of an area without yield or stop traffic control. Similarly, if you're in a small scale commercial property and you have a driveway that comes out, well, there the drivers are typically proceeding nose first, whether they're entering or exiting the parking facility. And so there, again, the low traffic rate is what's important there. But those types of driveways would not be required those are low risk situations that are not required to be raised and provide that sort of separation. Now that contrasts to those locations where there is yield or stop traffic control. So that at those locations, now typically we've got a driveway exit or entrance that is designed much more similarly to a street intersection. Now around here in Sacramento, we've got a few large scale regional malls that have 3 or 4-way stoplights that are provided at the entrance driveways to these shopping centers. I think it's a common design. We'd see it throughout the state. Now there, because the design is much more similar to a street intersection, we regularly, almost entirely, will see curb ramps provided there where detectable warnings are provided, as well as quite often we'll have crosswalk push buttons that will initiate the crosswalk lights and tones. And so it's because of these more sophisticated designs that and because we recognize that the detectable warnings will be placed at those curb ramps that are provided typically, that we did not want to invoke section 11B 250 on those types of facilities. Those are already covered in other areas of chapter 11B. Commissioner, I hope that addresses your questions.
Yes, that's good. And actually, the fact that when a project goes through an approvals process, the first step of that is planning department approval before it gets to the building department that's applying the building code. The planning department, along with traffic engineers at the jurisdiction, are reviewing just this sort of thing and making the determination of whether it's a high traffic situation or not. And therefore, I see this section and that exception as dovetailing with those requirements set by others, whether it's a public street or a driveway or other situation where a traffic control, a yield, or a stop sign is provided. So this is an example of how moving away from the terminology, which was very vague, of hazardous vehicular area and specifying this better, I think will make the built environment more consistent for users, especially those with vision impairments, to be able to read the environment better, and for code users to be able to interpret it more easily and not have a subjective term like hazardous vehicular area. So my only other comment or question here is regarding exception 4, where I appreciate the citation of access aisles, loading zones, and EV charging spaces, which are all important for having the detectable warnings not be in the user's way when making those fine adjustments, as you said, for transfer and so forth. But I'm concerned that, as one of the commenters pointed out, that it would seem that by extension, if you think about the charging units themselves for an EV space that are in front of that EV charging space, then it's possible that you would get out as a wheelchair user like myself, you would get out of your electric vehicle, which I have, and into the access aisle that's serving that EV charging station, and go up a then required ramp, up this separation between the circulation path and the charging space, grab your charging unit and have to wrestle with this thick cord going down the ramp and then opposite back up the ramp. And it seems like we're in this new scoping, not addressing the important need for those actual chargers to be flush with the charging station or charging space and with that space's access aisle. Is there something else, another component that I'm missing here?
No, I think that the scenario that is described in those comments is certainly possible. I think that probably the length of the route between the vehicle space to the charger may be rather lengthy and might not be easily used by any of the customers. Actually, it's you know, to have too far of a route is going to be a disservice to all electric vehicle charger users. Now, quite often the charger is located so that the base of the charging equipment is mounted on the same on the surface that's at the same level as the vehicle space. Okay. In other cases, the charge, oh, and I'm sorry, and then it's provided adjacent to the vehicle space so that there's very close proximity between the charger and the vehicle space, and that the base of the charger is at the same level as the vehicle space itself. That's a pretty simple and direct connection there. Additionally, and this is kind of similar, even when electric vehicle charging equipment is located up on a curb or on a raised walk, the height requirements are still measured from the ground surface where the clear floor space is provided. So if they're provided and oriented so that the controls are facing towards the vehicle space, then we have a nearly identical condition to the first condition that was described, where you've got the charger where the base is mounted on the same level as the vehicle space. So both of those are going to create good close connections. The accessible route that's going to be required there can utilize, of course, the access aisle that's adjacent to the chargers as a place for their clear floor space to be located, so that the user can then operate the charging equipment and to retrieve the connector and then take it back to their vehicle. So I'm not sure that that the commenter's perspective on this, where an extensive amount of going up and down curb ramps is going to be required, that's not a universal condition, design condition there. And I'm not even sure if that's a predominant design condition that requires all of the users to travel extensively to get to the controls.
So I would say that it's probably not a predominant design situation now, but what my concern is that there's an unintended consequence of the introduction of circulation path, which I like the term, and I think the clarification that it provides along with the other related items is ultimately going to be helpful for everybody. My concern here is that it will create the unintended consequence of requiring that when you provide the EV charging station or space with the access aisle space next to it, that somebody will get out of their car into that access aisle and be forced now to go up a ramp because of the introduction of circulation path requiring a 4-inch raise to be 4 inches above that charging space. So where now, in my experience, we usually, in, let's say, a Target parking lot, that EV space has a charger right in front of it. Everything is on the same level as you described. with the introduction of the required separation of 4 inches, now those chargers are going to be up 4 inches higher, requiring a connecting curb ramp. And my concern is not the absolute height of the reach of the controls and so forth, but rather that a user, while holding this slightly already cumbersome device for plugging in the car and managing with a thick cable that is not always cooperative. In my instance, I would have to be using 2 hands to push up and down a ramp while holding this device, as opposed to being able to go on a flat and level connecting surface. So it seems to me that that circulation path is creating that unintended consequence. And I don't see that there's a way the code user can design around that. And maybe I'm missing something, but is there some exception that allows for that charging station itself, the charger, to be in front of the vehicle and at the same level of the vehicle?
I don't believe there's anything in the existing language which addresses that relationship. Actually, there is one exception, but it's specific to alterations in existing parking facilities where EV chargers are installed. It allows the charger to be located within the projected width of the access aisle and the EV charging space, I believe. Now, the access aisle can provide that same ground or floor space if the charging equipment is located adjacent to the access aisle. But if the designer chooses to locate it so that if the designer chooses to locate it so that a user is obligated to travel up a curb ramp and go to the opposite side of the equipment, the code just simply doesn't address that condition. Now, you know, we have recognized that this is a pretty it's a pretty big code change proposal, and a lot of people are uncertain about how the language will be interpreted and applied out in the field, and we recognize that. But we also recognize the current state of the application of the requirements for hazardous vehicular areas. We recognize the current state of not providing safe separation between the pedestrian areas and the vehicle areas. And so while this may have an unintended consequence, I would suggest that DSA is certainly ready to monitor this very closely and to keep our contacts conversational and getting that sort of feedback as early as possible. And if we find that is a problem that can't be addressed by good design, then we're certainly willing to come back and re-examine this language, perhaps to write an additional exception in an upcoming code cycle.
All right, I'll let you continue now. I appreciate all that commentary, and I would suggest, regardless of the direction that this particular item goes today, that in your advisory manual, you could provide advice that the EV charger unit be mounted at the same level as the parking space for just the ease of bringing the controls from the plug from the charger itself to the vehicle. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner.
Eric, before you continue, I think what we'd like to do is take a break. So we will, I have 11:02. We will come back in 10 minutes at 11:12. I'd also like to acknowledge that Commissioner Klaus Bruckner has joined us for the attendance role. And we will take up with, if you could do an overview of items 20, 21, 22, 24, 28, 29, and 30. Those are very similar. Maybe you could give us a quick summary of those when we get back, and then we will turn it over to the commissioners for further discussion on all of these items that you've done overviews on. All right?
Okay, good. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
afternoon.
All right, we'll get started in just a minute, and we're going to flip it back to the Division of the State Architect. So if you guys could get online, we'll get going in a moment. All right, thank you. So we're going to continue on with our overview of items under the grouping of detectable warnings. We've heard an overview from the Division of the State Architect on items 2.01, 2.03, 11B18, and 11B19. So Derek, I'll ask you to do an overview of the remaining items for us right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Derek Shaw with the Division of the State Architect. Undersecretary Lee, could you please clarify for me, please? Just prior to the break, you had indicated the next group of items was going to be 11B20, 11B21, 11B22, 11B24, 11B28, 11B29, and 11B30. Is your direction changed now to address the rest of the items through 11?
No, what we're hoping is that you can take those items and just do a brief overview of those and then continue on with the other items 36, 37, 38, 39, and 43.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Get through everything today as it's our last day.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, so for items 11B.20, 11B.21, 11B.22, 11B.24, 11B.28, 11B.29, and 11B.30. Each of these items are quite similar, although they do address different elements. The similarity here is that DSA is proposing to be very explicit that detectable warnings are not permitted in these following locations. These are floor and ground surfaces of a turning space, floor or ground surfaces of a clear floor or ground space, floor or ground surfaces within maneuvering clearances, landings at ramps, I think, and then at floor and ground surfaces at parking spaces and access aisles, floor and ground surfaces at vehicle pull-up spaces and access aisles, and also at tread surfaces. So here we're making very specific that detectable warnings are not permitted in these locations. The existing language in each of these sections has language which says currently that changes in level are not permitted, with the following exception that says slopes not steeper than 1 in 48 shall be permitted. So what DSA is proposing here is to take that exception and to revise the language so that we can write it in as a direct statement of not being, as a direct statement in the parent section of each of these. So we're saying that changes in level, slopes exceeding 1 in 48, that's the language that takes the place of the struck slopes not steeper than 1 in 48 shall be permitted in the exception. We're striking that. And then we're adding the clarification that detectable warnings are not required. The rationale is the same for each of them applied to the various locations. I think with that, I can answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much for the overview.
You might need to go on to 36.
Yeah, so that ended with 30. So we still would like an overview on 36, 37, 38, 39, and 43.
Okay, very good.
Can you slow it down just a little bit? You're starting to pick up pace.
I will certainly do that.
Thank you.
Okay, so then for item 11B.36, this has to do with the color and contrast of detectable warnings. And here, as an overview, DSA is proposing that that the basic requirement for the color of detectable warnings be amended so that detectable warnings must be yellow. Okay. There are a couple of exceptions that are provided. The exception 1 addresses circumstances where due to deterioration or other damage to existing detectable warnings that less than 20% of them at a single location is permitted to be installed in kind. And so where you had an existing expanse of detectable warnings and a few of the sections of detectable warnings were being replaced, if the color of the existing detectable warnings was something other than yellow, then that same color can be utilized for the replacement detectable warnings that are being installed there. And then the exception number 2 is provided to allow existing installed detectable warnings at curb ramps, islands, or cut through medians may comply with 11B-705.1132 in lieu of section 11B-705.1131. Section 11B-705.11.1.3.2 is the section that allows the color of detectable warnings to be something other than yellow. Okay, and then
Derek, can you slow down a little bit? The captioner is asking for you to slow down.
yes, I will. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, and then the last subsection of that item, 11B.36, revises the reference to the standard, the reference to the standard that identifies the specific color of yellow. That has been revised at the federal level. It's been turned over from the federal government to the private standard setting body, SAE. Okay, the next item is item 11B.37. This item here, we revise the existing language for detectable warnings at curb ramps. We revise it in a few ways. First of all, what we do is we provide a heading, a section number and a section heading for perpendicular curb ramps, and a separate section number and heading for parallel curb ramps. Currently in the code, almost all of the language that you see under the heading of perpendicular curb ramps is already in the code. And then the exception, which is shown struck here, is what addresses parallel curb ramps. So by striking the portion of the exception that we see struck here and then introducing the new section numbers and language for parallel curb ramps. Now we have more formal separations of section numbers consistent with the code format. We're also proposing to add language regarding the location of the starting point of the detectable warnings. And that's to introduce the same specifics for that starting point that we currently have for perpendicular curb ramps. Okay, so the existing requirement that we have for perpendicular curb ramps is that the detectable warnings be located so the edge nearest the curb is 6 inches minimum and 8 inches maximum from the line at the face of the curb. Okay, so we're bringing that provision into the parallel curb ramps. We're also making a few other discrete amendments here to get away from using the term flush transition that is, and we'll see some other proposals that address this same effort. But we are introducing the term demarcation line. We would go with the ordinary dictionary meaning on that, just simply meaning a line that separates one element from another. And so that provides a measurement point that helps to locate where the detectable warnings are required. Okay, now the second part of this item is new language, and it's a new concept for the accessibility provisions of the building code. Well, it's a new concept on one hand, and it's being applied to existing provisions with which we're pretty familiar. Okay, existing language in the building code, as I just mentioned, does address the detectable warnings requirements at parallel curb ramps. However, due to the nature of some designs, what we find that parallel curb ramps, and that being an element that has a downslope at both ends and then a long, essentially level surface in between, it's called the turning space. But a modification of that, or a variation of that, will extend that turning space for many dozens of feet. And sometimes we see those crossing in front of parking stalls, accessible and non-accessible parking stalls. But what that creates is it creates under the current requirements, there's quite a length of detectable warnings that that a person who's using a wheelchair would be obligated to cross over if they wanted to proceed along that that route. Now, for some people who use wheelchairs, they are particularly sensitive to the vibrations that are introduced by detectable warnings, and it can create very extreme levels of pain. And so what this portion of the amendment to this item addresses is providing a portion of that turning space without detectable warnings. So that if an individual would like to traverse through that turning space without having to go over the detectable warnings, they may do so by utilizing the required space that would be required to be free from detectable warnings. Okay, this addresses an issue for which the Access Board, the U.S. Department of Justice, and DSA has been aware of for a very long time, and that being the physical impact to some people when they traverse over detectable warnings. So what this section does is it describes parallel curb ramps in two manners, okay? And these are different variations of a parallel curb ramp. The one that we've seen illustrated in the building code for the very longest time is what we're calling in this proposal, we're designating it as a parallel curb ramp with one entrance or exit point. Okay, and this is an entrance or exit point other than the direction accessed by those downslopes that I described. In other words, it's once you get down those downslopes to the turning space and you turn, typically you're going to cross a street or a driveway after you exit the parallel curb ramp. Okay. However, in some designs, the ability to exit the parallel curb ramp can go in two directions, okay, besides the downslope directions. Okay, and quite often you'll see those in big box store parking lots, where you might have a raised circulation route that's provided between two opposing sets of parking, strings of parking stalls. And so in those designs, we see frequently that at the turning space that the user has the option of turning to the left and going out through an access aisle, typically to one string of parking stalls, or to the right to exit a different access aisle to access the other string of parking stalls. And of course, the access aisles would need to be provided as they are required today. There's no change in where access aisles are required to be provided. But these two new concepts or new designations of existing designs of one entrance or exit point versus two entrance or exit points are provided with specific technical requirements that would require a portion of that turning space to have detectable warnings and a portion of the turning space to be without detectable warnings. There are similar exceptions provided in both types of parallel curb ramps. And the exception number one in both of them addresses the technical infeasibility to provide the minimum width of turning space that would be required to accomplish this design goal. And in those cases, then the depth of the detectable warnings may be reduced to 24 inches from the regularly required 36 inches depth of detectable warnings. For both of the two styles of parallel curb ramps, the exception number two addresses existing parallel curb ramps with detectable warnings in compliance with the code requirements in effect at the time of installation shall not be required to provide a minimum 36 inches wide portion of turning space without detectable warnings. Again, this only applies to existing conditions that were compliant when they were built. Okay, so I think that concludes the presentation of that item. I'll go ahead to item 11B.38. And here, this is an item that corresponds with the earlier item that we discussed that strikes the section on detectable warnings requirements at hazardous vehicular areas and replaces them with scoping.
Please.
Thank you. So where we previously had proposed to strike the language for has detectable warnings at hazardous vehicular areas and replace them with the scoping requirements for blended transitions. This item 11B.38 provides the technical requirements that correspond with those scoping requirements we discussed earlier. Okay, and now the next item, I'll present 11B.39. And here, actually, this is of the same presentation and rationale as the group of items that I presented just a little bit earlier, included 11B.20, .21, .22, and so on. This is about striking the language of the exception and rewriting it into the section just above so that it's a simple statement that changes in level, slopes exceeding 1 in 48, and detectable warnings shall not be permitted. In this case, it's in wheelchair spaces. Okay, and then finally in item 11B.43, this one is also of the same type as the one I just described and the group of it earlier, where at vehicle spaces and access aisles serving them, that changes in level, slopes exceeding 1 in 48, and detectable warnings shall not be permitted. Now, this is already existing language, and the text that we're proposing to strike would make the language identical to the several other items that share the same rationale. Okay, and with that, I can answer any questions.
Thank you for the overview. So I'll go over once again the items that are going to be open for commissioner discussion related to detectable warnings: 2.01, 2.03, 11B18, 11B19, 11B20, 11B21, 11B22, 11B24, 11B28, 11B29, 11B30, 11B36, 11B37, 11B38, 11B39, and 11B43. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel?
No comments at this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner?
No comments at this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Mickelton?
No further comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Santillan?
No comments at this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Sasaki?
No comment.
Commissioner Allegre?
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell?
No comment. Thank you.
All right, we will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on any of the items I just read off, please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you check the phone?
You have 7 questions remaining.
Hello, this is Tim Timish. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi. Thank you for hearing me again. My comments on that large package are confined to 2.03, which I addressed yesterday. It was put off, I guess, until this package, its consideration. And I just, once again, want to make a criteria number 2 objection, that this seeks to add words to our definition of circulation paths that are not found in ADAS. In other words, we are trying to change our definition to not conform to ADAS. Of course, the code section we always cite from the government code prohibits us from
doing anything but either coming up to ADAS, where its protections are stronger, or preserving our protections were stronger. In this instance, the words to be added to ADAS are, well, to our definition, beyond what's in ADAS, is will lessen our protections. So let me explain why. Yesterday, I referenced store aisles as a flashpoint, that this is going to have unintended consequences towards efforts to ensure that the disabled have access to store aisles. It's a very complicated set of considerations that the courts go through in trying to analyze that. Some of you would readily understand it. I would refer you to the Lieber versus Macy's decision if any of you are interested. So let me mention a different consideration, and that would be where we look at side arrival points. Now, of course, our code adds to the accessible route requirement for side arrival that, in addition, the ADA provides for only one accessible route from side arrival points to the entrance. But our code adds where more than one route is provided, all routes must be accessible. So this means that not only is that main sidewalk supposed to be accessible, but so is the garden path that we provide off to the side that leads to the main entrance. You know, the nice garden path, past the arboretum, the flowers, etc. We want the disabled not only to get to that entrance, but to have the same experience getting there that is available to everyone else. Here, the words added, especially the word prepared service, mucks that up. It has the unintended consequence of saying that this is only a general circulation path. We have an accessible route alongside it. And by the way, general circulation paths aren't counted if they're a non-prepared service. That's the argument that they're aiming for here. I can give you lots of examples. I'm going to give you a few that have involved litigation. A major hotel in Sonoma that constructed an arboretum garden for the guests to go through, and it had a non-prepared surface. And we attacked that as a circulation path that needed to be made to have an accessible route through it. The educational garden at a major university, where they chose to hold graduation, by the way, to in the exclusion of my clients who used a wheelchair, it didn't have prepared paths. And so this addition of the word preparation to the definition, which exceeds ADAS, which goes beyond what ADAS says, reduces and says circulation routes that aren't prepared, that are done with dirt or some other material that doesn't count as prepared. We don't know what that is, but no one's defining prepared. But it says that these routes aren't to be counted. Now, let me make the last point, and this gets a little complicated, but again, we say that when more than one route is provided, all routes must be made accessible. We have an exception under that same section. This is 11B-206.2.1, side arrival points. Our exception is general circulation paths shall be permitted when located in close proximity to an accessible route. So sometimes we have a set of stairs that are a circulation path, and we put a ramp alongside it to make that those stairs, that circulation path, provide an alternative to it. They're saying that, again, by adding the word prepared,
They're saying that that arboretum path leading to the front entrance, past all the roses to give a different experience, isn't going to have to be made accessible. Because we've got this path right over here that is accessible. And by the way, you wouldn't count this as a circulation path because it's not prepared. It hasn't been constructed. That's the real argument here is there's a concerted effort these days to go after non-provision of access unless it has been quote unquote constructed. Whereas the code doesn't read that way. The code reads that all areas of a constructed facility, not all constructed areas of a constructed facility. So here's my final point. And I thank you for your patience. The words that are being inserted here, especially the word prepared, are designed to reduce scoping. If you're going to touch scoping, do it within scoping, especially in that code section I just cited, 206.2.1. Do your changes there. Don't do it surreptitiously within the definitions. I made the point yesterday that you almost need to ask DSA to provide an environmental impact report when they touch the definitions. How is this going to affect everywhere else where circulation paths is used? There's no explanation from DSA here as to how circulation path is used generally throughout the code and how it will affect each of those code sections. So I ask the commission to deny this addition. It goes beyond ADAS. It violates criteria number 2. DSA should respect that it's not supposed to be reducing our code. That its mandate, its legislative mandate has been restricted by 4559A. And thank you. I think I repeated myself a couple times, so thank you for listening.
This is Commissioner Sasaki. Can I just ask a point of clarification? I mean, we are not, so the commenter was talking about item 2.04. We're not discussing that. I mean, in this set of items, is that correct?
It was 2.03, and that's on our list, I believe.
Well, I know, but he was discussing the word prepared in item 2.04, if I understood him correctly.
This is Mike with the Building Standards Commission. I can clarify that a little bit. Both 2.03 and 2.04 have the word prepared, and he was referring to 2.03 is the item that we're discussing, and if depending on the action decided, it'll affect 2.04 as well because it has the same similar language.
Okay, now I understand. Thank you.
My name is Jeff Tom. I am Governmental Affairs Director for the California Council of Lyme. I will keep my comments relatively brief, and I will limit them to items 11B 18 and 19 and 11B 36. The Council strongly supports the raised circulation provisions of items 11B 18 and 11B 19. First, these provisions are well thought out and contain reasonable exceptions. Second, we view these provisions as really implementation of long-held policy for safe pedestrian paths of travel for children, people with disabilities, seniors, and really all pedestrians. Third, and I will not try to reiterate the comments of the Division of the State Architect, but those who use canes and guide dogs will universally tell you that it is far less safe to be traveling on a pedestrian path of travel that does not have a raised circulation path, and that it is easy to stray into the vehicular path of travel. Finally, it is far more difficult, or far less easy, I should say, for a driver to maintain his or her place in the vehicular path of travel and not stray into the pedestrian path of travel when there is a raised circulation path. For these reasons, for the safety of all pedestrians, and especially those who are blind or who have low vision, we support items 11B18 and 11B19. Briefly, with respect to item 11B36, this is a situation where best practice and consistency come together to form an excellent solution. Best practice in the sense that research and anecdotal information have long held that for persons with low vision, they are most enhanced by using the federal color yellow. Consistency, of course, means that their expectation is that they will see that color. So this is almost a no-brainer insofar as it is the best solution for pedestrians and especially those with low vision. Thank you very much.
You have 11 questions remaining.
This is Bill Zelmer with Sutter Health. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, so I have a comment which may be resolved with a question. The comment is, in our perfect world in trying to design for our healthcare facilities, we want to have a flat surface that goes from the parking lot right into the front door without having to step up a curb, because the curbs tend to cause accidents. We've had, ironically, quite a few injuries on our property from stepping up or down a curb. So what I'd love to do is have a strip of detectable warnings across like we currently do. So the question I have, could I have a blended transition that's 50 to 100 feet wide? So that would resolve my issue, and maybe I'm okay with all of this. That's all.
You have 10 questions remaining.
This is John Caparelli, the building official for the city of Santa Clarita. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm also a certified access specialist, and I sent a letter to the commission on July 6th regarding these proposed changes. I have studied these changes in depth with numerous other certified access specialists, and we have identified several significant problems, which I would like to respectfully comment on. To begin, I agree with the general concept of what these changes are trying to achieve. Unfortunately, the way these changes are worded will have numerous unintended and negative consequences. Mr. Shaw just gave a detailed description of these sections, but with all due respect, he did not adequately address the problems and their full impacts. The existing code language of section 11B 247.1.2.5 reads, if a walk crosses or adjoins a vehicular way and the walking surfaces are not separated by curbs, railings, or other elements between the pedestrian areas and vehicular areas, the boundary between the areas shall be defined by a continuous detectable warning. Notice the existing code mentions only walks and not sidewalks. A sidewalk is defined as a surface pedestrian way continuous to a public street. This is a very important distinction in the current code. Where a public sidewalk crosses a driveway, the existing code does not require detectable warnings on the sidewalk on either side of the driveway crossing. Also, the Caltrans standards do not require detectable warning at the sidewalk where it enters the crossing. Mr. Shaw just mentioned in his remarks that detectable warnings cause pain to a lot of wheelchair users. Countless public sidewalks throughout California have been built in compliance with this code and do not have detectable warnings at driveway crossings. If these changes are adopted, the language of this section will be removed, and there will be no distinction between walks and sidewalks regarding detectable warnings. The proposed section 11B 250.1 includes exception 2, which addresses sidewalks crossing driveways, but this exception only exempts the 4-inch raised path requirement and does not exempt detectable warnings, as Mr. Shaw confirmed. Therefore, detectable warnings would be required at all new and altered public sidewalk driveway crossings. This would be a drastic departure from the current code and greatly increase the presence of detectable warnings along public sidewalks. It would also place a large burden on cities and counties who are responsible for these sidewalks. The existing language of CBC 11B 247.1.2.5 also mentions curbs, railings, or other elements that can serve as a separation between walks and vehicular areas with flush transition. The proposed code change would remove this language and require circulation paths to be raised 4 inches minimum above vehicular traffic areas. Some exceptions would be provided in section 11B 250.1, but these exceptions do not clearly allow for numerous types of safe and accessible designs. Mr. Shaw mentioned that planters and walls do not serve as an adequate separation from vehicular traffic for the visually impaired, but the reason he gave is that these elements could vary from one to another. He gave an example where there's a planter and then a bench, and that this makes it difficult for the visually impaired to determine where the route is. But this doesn't mean that continuous planters, walls, or other elements couldn't serve as a sufficient separation from traffic. Why disallow planters, walls, and other elements on this basis? Imagine an architect is designing a new shopping center and he wants to have 50 feet of walk raised 4 inches and then 50 feet of planter. This would clearly serve the disabled, but under these code changes, it would not be permitted. In the letter I sent to the Commission on July 6th, I included several common examples which demonstrate these problems and their impacts. For example, no provision is made for cut-through medians. Mr. Shaw mentioned that cut-through medians could be considered blended transitions. I find that very hard to make a case for, because a blended transition is defined as between a circulation path and the vehicular area. I think it's a shoehorning of these elements into the definition. It also provides no provision for planters, continuous walls, and other items that could provide an adequate separation. Level transitions allow wheelchair users and the visually impaired to approach and cross vehicular areas without navigating changes in elevation. At electric vehicle charging stations, level circulation paths allow the disabled to approach the charging equipment and connect it to their vehicle. Commissioner Mickelton brought up this point, which is an excellent point, and I do not believe Mr. Shaw gave a sufficient answer. If these provisions are adopted, the common situation where the circulation path adjacent to vehicular charging stations being flush with the surface of the charging space would not be allowed. Several sections throughout Chapter 11B allow for level circulation paths. Parking lots, disabled drivers who have parked may travel behind their own vehicle, which presumes that the circulation path is level with the vehicle space. I have been in contact with several other certified access specialists who have studied these proposed code changes in detail, and there is already widespread disagreement on how to interpret and apply this language. Some CASPs interpret these provisions as only applying to circulation paths immediately adjacent and parallel to vehicular ways. However, the proposed code language makes no clear distinction. Many CASPs are proposing a very flexible interpretation of this language and the definition of blended transition in order to make these changes work with the rest of the code. If CASPs are having difficulties with this language, imagine the difficulties that would be placed on architects, builders, and building officials. I have enforced the building code for 14 years and led accessibility training for 6 years. I have come to appreciate the value of building standards that are clear and internally consistent. Our state accessibility codes have improved greatly in this regard over the past decade. However, these two proposed changes, 11B 18 and 19, and the related changes that we're discussing this morning, do not uphold this principle and will add ambiguity and inconsistency to the code. During the development of these code changes, there were numerous commenters, 22 by my count, who identified the proposed language as insufficient, unclear, and in conflict with other code sections. In addition, the Access Code Advisory Committee disapproved these items. If these changes are adopted, many existing sites which are currently safe, accessible, and code compliant would not comply with this new language. The exception Mr. Shaw mentioned, which is provided for existing facilities, does not cover numerous types of accessible designs that have been used commonly for decades. Future alterations to these sites, which trigger path of travel upgrades, would be exceedingly difficult to bring into compliance with these provisions. This would place a large burden on private business. While I agree with the concept of separating circulation paths from vehicular areas, the proposed code language introduces several new problems.
Would you slow down just a little bit for the captioner, please?
I apologize.
Thank you.
Would benefit greatly from further consideration. Mr. Shaw just mentioned in his discussion with Commissioner Mickelton that DSA recognizes that these changes will have unintended consequences. And he proposes that DSA can monitor and address them in a future code change. I would like to respectfully but emphatically disagree with this stance. Before changing the code in this way, these issues need to be resolved. Putting this language out there in its current state with the conflicts and unclear nature will create significant problems through our industry. Therefore, I am respectfully asking the Commission to not adopt these changes, but allow additional time for these provisions to be clarified and conflicts with other code provisions to be resolved. Thank you.
You have 8 questions remaining.
My name is Regina Brink, and I am totally blind since the age of 2. I have lived in California all my life, and I'm addressing sections B18 and 19, the circulation paths and the raising of them. I have been independently traveling since about the age of 12, and I am testifying to you that this is a matter of safety for us that have visual impairments. Our safety does depend on being able to determine where vehicular traffic is moving and where the sidewalk is. And if there is a way to do that, that accommodates wheelchairs as well as people with visual impairments, I am all in favor of that. I think sometimes we have to make compromises. But what I don't want to happen is to compromise our safety for the sake of waiting. We have waited quite a long time to have our needs considered in this area of travel. I don't think it's as well appreciated the struggle that happens for newly blinded people, people that are seniors, people with other mobility challenges on top of their visual impairment, and how this is impacted when they travel independently from place to place using sidewalks. So I think that there's a way to implement this that will be able to take into consideration the things that have been raised here, while putting paramount the safety of all pedestrians, including seniors, children, and people with disabilities, especially those who are blind or have low vision. Thank you.
You have 7 questions remaining.
This is Connie Arnold, the disability rights advocate, and this is a really challenging situation, but I have to agree with the comments made by Tim Kimish regarding the definition of circulation paths with the sheet which is used, and further other items that we're discussing. And Derek Shaw stated that the word prepared was added to exclude natural surfaces as walking surfaces. That concerns me because there are places that have, like San Diego Zoo, Safari West, raceways, arboretums, outdoor concerts held in grassy areas that must be accessible. So from the standpoint of the definition of circulation path and as it's used, it violates criteria 2 in the enabling legislation at 4459A, and it is actually confusing. And as Tim had said, our code says all routes must be accessible. So this reduces access to these routes if they're not if they don't have to be accessible. So, and reduces my access as a wheelchair user. I have to say that I was concerned where when the impacts related to electric vehicle charging stations or parking spaces as well, that Commissioner Minikin had brought up. And I'm trying to find my notes here. Hold on a second. Because of the charging station, if there's a raised section of 4 inches minimum above the area where vehicle traffic occurs, and that's in 11B19, I'm worried about what that's going to do in relation to accessible parking spaces or access aisle areas serving the electric vehicle charging units, and if it's going to impose a ramp. I know there are some accessible parking spaces that they put a ramp adjacent with a long curb ramp near the access aisle. So when you have a van accessible vehicle with a lift or ramp, anything that is raised creates a problem, not only for the ramp, but for the users as well in relation to, charging units for vehicles. I do happen to agree with the, need for access by individuals who are blind, like our last speaker spoke of and our esteemed Jeff Tom spoke of. And I think those are critical safety issues as well. I definitely agree with the yellow truncated dome with detectable warning, because I rely on the yellow truncated dome to make sure I don't fall off areas or notice areas. And I've seen situations where they put like a gray color, and I can hardly distinguish it, certainly at certain times in the evening. And so that I support the yellow warnings, detectable warnings. And I think a lot of people have been waiting a long time to have pedestrian access ways to be accessible. But I would like to see that the commission consider sending this section back, this particularly the limiting definition of circulation path, and everywhere that it's used to be examined critically to ensure that our access, whether it be in terms of accessible parking or paths of travel, or is not reduced. In my estimation, the way it stands now, this will actually create a word change and reduce access. So I'm opposed to the definition of circulation path and the other sections where it's used as I identified. Thank you very much. I'd like to see it be referred back for further study with collaborators. Thank you.
You have 6 questions remaining.
Yep. My name is Charlene Nelson. I'm a member of the California Council of the Blind, and I agree with Jeff and Regina from the California Council of the Blind. The raised sidewalks path is very important to a person who is blind. Walls, planters can be totally inconsistent height-wise, and especially planters by design and spacing between planters, which makes it very difficult for a blind person at times to figure out exactly where they are intended to be walking and where they're not. Also, a raised area is a very clear indication to me that I am not going to interact with moving traffic unless there is the truncated domes. Then I know how to prepare. One of the important things about the truncated domes is to have them because the yellow, the federal, and that, as it was just mentioned, the gray ones do not always show up. I am legally blind, and when I look at them, the black on cement does not show up, but the cautionary yellow does show up at all times of day and night. They're easier to find. So I'm supporting to keep the yellow, but it's the federal color yellow, and to have bright sidewalks. Thank you.
You have 6 questions remaining.
Good morning. This is Dara Scher from Disability Rights California. It was just brought to my attention a serious oversight that I wanted to flag for the commission. Yesterday, HCD withdrew the proposal for 36 by 36 in showers, but it appears when you approved 11B42 this morning that contains the 36 by 36 inch shower option that was withdrawn by HCD. If you look at 11B 809.10.6.1, which is item 37 on page, it's item 42, 11B42 on page 37 of the express terms of this morning's package. It still contains the 36 by 36 inch shower, which was, I think, put in to be consistent with HCD's proposal, but that proposal has now been withdrawn. Sorry to raise this issue out of order, but it seems like a significant and unintended oversight, and I wanted to draw the commission's attention to it to see if it could be fixed. Thank you very much.
You have 5 questions remaining.
This is Mike Gibbons. I'm a Casper Code Consultant. I just wanted to voice my agreement with everything that John Caparelli stated and his reasonings for asking for this package to go back for further consideration. I personally have spent over 30 hours trying to determine different types of applications and how these proposed regulations would affect it. And all I can see is a nightmare for enforcement and inconsistency. It's, there's some really good things in here also. There's some great issues, but taken as a whole, I simply can't. I think we're just looking at a big problem, and we already have a significant number of issues with truncated dome application now. We don't need to add on top of this problem. I'd be more than happy to spend a great deal of time in the future working together with DSA and another group if possible, like the last one, to try to see if we can amend some of these issues. Thank you.
You have 5 questions remaining.
Go ahead.
Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Shane Lang, a member of the California Council of the Blind San Francisco chapter, and I wanted to speak about circulation paths. And I think it's really important that sidewalks be raised because I have low vision and I tend to veer if there's like a wide open space, and it's dangerous if I veer out into traffic. And I think it's important that, it be clearly defined what is sidewalk and what is parking lot or street surface. And as far as detectable warnings, I think those are also very important because being of low vision, the yellow really helps me see to line up to cross the street. And as well as the truncated dome, being able to feel the grade and basically know where to cross. Thank you.
You have 4 questions remaining.
Hello, this is Natasha Reyes with Disability Rights California. I'd like to speak on 3 items in this package: 11B19, 11B36, and 11B37. First, on 11B19, we urge the Commission that if you consider this and choose not to move forward with the language as is, that you require further study rather than outright rejecting it. We understand the concerns and also the safety issues brought up by California Council of the Blind members and other blind persons. And so that we ask that if the Commission chooses not to move forward with this, that they move for further study. On 11B36, we want to express very, very strong support. As you've heard from others, the federal yellow is the most effective color. This is shown clearly in studies. And we also ask that this item in particular, if the Commission votes on these items as a group, as a package, and chooses to reject others, that you pull this and approve 11B36 specifically because of the broad support and the general studies showing how effective this color is. Next, on 11B37, we also wish to express support for this proposal as it brings clarity to the code. We generally support this proposal for reasons stated in DSA's Statement of Reasons. And we also support DSA's decision to move forward with this proposal in order to provide accessibility for multiple disability populations. So thank you very much. We really appreciate your time today.
You have 4 questions remaining.
Hello, my name is Eugene Lozano. I'm the chair of the Committee on Access and Transportation for the California Council of the Blind. But my comments are broader. It's not within, it goes beyond just the organization, this organization. Many of the people in the blind and low vision community support the item 18 and 19. The blended transition, which is replacing the hazardous cyclic area, is consistent with the federal requirement for blended transitions and would apply to any place where there is a blended or flush transition with the vehicular area, whether that's a parking lot or on-street parking or parking lane there, such as the gentleman was inquiring earlier from Sutter Hospital about in front of the entrance there, those 50 feet. Yes, the detectable warnings would be there, and that's would continue and would be expected. We are wanting to see that that the circulation paths are raised, not mandating where they are, but when circulation paths are constructed, that they be raised. There's was brought up during the detectable warning task force, which I was a member of, the DSA convened, which was people with low vision and other disabilities and professionals working in the field, architects, code enforcers, but the various people from various groups, not just the California Council of the Blind that had blind or low vision, all stated that the use of poles, security ballards, planters, so forth, do not provide the information that is needed to know whether you are at the edge of the vehicular area. Part of it is, especially when there's low movement of traffic, you do not have an idea which side that you're supposed to be on because of the fact that everything's perhaps at grade and you got these obstacles, and they are obstacles if you run into them. And that's assuming you find them with your cane and your service animal does take you around them. But they're generally common in the environment. You need something that is recognized as having the designation as a circulation path sidewalk. Being raised and higher than the vehicular area is definitely recognized for decades. That is an area that pedestrians walk. And in the cases when it needs to be, the circulation path needs to go at grade, then you'd have the detectable warnings. Or if it's the transition is provided through curb ramps, that they have the detectable warnings. But to have 50 feet of maybe planters and then a driveway and then having railings or other things, it does not provide consistency and it does not provide us the information. The detectable warnings and the raised sidewalk are the equivalent to a traffic signal control device, but you know what it means. It's standardized, it's uniform. Predictability, consistency is one of the fundamental principles in travel for people who are blind or have low vision. Part of the education, having that. The item on items, I believe, 11A28, 11A29, and 11A43 that are addressing the access aisle, prohibiting the detectable warnings. We understand that, and that's to mean that that's the no detectable warnings to around the perimeter, the separation between the access aisle and the parking spot on either side, or the drive aisle. And it's clearly understood, and we have no problem because those access aisles are within the vehicular area, and anything in the boundaries of within, in the case of a parking lot, is considered to be vehicular, and therefore, even though it overlaps in some you could argue the circulation path, the access aisle, it's possible to be used by vehicles. Unfortunately, you find at times people park their vehicle on it, the access aisle, when they can't find a parking spot. So it's not something that we can assume is safe. Where it needs to be is whether that access aisle is accessed through a blended transition or a curb ramp, that there be detectable warnings there. The thing we would like to see in those three items, 28, 29, and 30, is that it's much clearer that that detectable warnings are permissible at the head of the access aisle, where the transitions with circulation path. It's referenced and alluded to in item 19, exceptions of 4 and 3. But I think it needs to be clearly stated that that's where they are permitted there. But otherwise, the other 3 sites of access aisle are not to have the detectable warnings. So just for greater clarity, we are strong, as people have said, strong support of item 36 for the colored contrast, and I have submitted a considerable amount of documentation on it, so I will not go over the value of the settle yellow. The item 37, we are strong support in that. That was worked out so that it could address the safety needs of people who use wheeled mobility devices, so that they do not have to go over uneven surfaces, including detectable warnings, while traversing the general level landing of a parallel curb ramp. And it still would provide the detectable warnings, though a reduction from 95% detectability with 36 inches the depth of detectable warnings to about 85%, but it still provides the needs of both populations, and therefore we strongly support this. Overall, we feel, and many others that are not part of the council, that this whole package that you are looking at on the detectable warnings, clean blood, and transitions must be adopted to increase the safety and clarity on the use of detectable warnings, which we have all wanted that clarity in the applications. So I thank you very much for your time and consideration on this matter. And as Natasha Reyes just spoke a few minutes ago from Disability Rights California, as much as the council wants to see just the passage of all these items, that if necessary, that item 36 and 37 in our case would like to see those pulled and separated and adopted. And those just really need to be dealt with as soon as possible. Thank you very much again. I'm finished.
You have 5 questions remaining.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Stephanie Watts. I just want to confirm you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I am commenting today on the item 11B19 in particular, as it relates to me as a blind person. I live in Sacramento, and specifically in the unincorporated area of the city, and I've been in my home almost 30 years. I point that out because in purchasing actually a townhome in this portion of the city/county, at the time my husband and I purchased, we both being blind were under the impression that sidewalks were everywhere, because in our community we have sidewalks. And as I began to learn my neighborhood, I realized, oh, sidewalks are not everywhere. And so it's with that kind of background that I come to you today to stand in support of, again, item 11B, 19 in particular, and of course, 36 as well. For me, as a blind person, I value my ability to travel independently. And when there are no sidewalks, I quite frankly get very nervous and concerned. When I have the opportunity to travel on a sidewalk that's raised, I feel much better. I feel safer. I don't feel like drivers could inadvertently stray onto my path of travel when curbs and sidewalks, or I'm sorry, when streets and sidewalks are at grade. The concern for me as a person using a white cane is often that I will encounter a car that where the motorist has chosen to park on the sidewalk. You don't think much about this until you run into that car. You don't think about it until you run into that car and your cane breaks. I don't use a guide dog. So these are just my personal issues and concerns. And again, I will close with just saying that in my experience and opinion, the raised sidewalk will reduce the risk that we incur as blind people of unintentionally straying into the street, and likewise having motorists unintentionally drift into our path of travel. Thank you very much for your time today.
You have 4 questions remaining.
Hi, yes, good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Donna Pomerantz, and I am Latina and have lived with various degrees of low vision throughout my entire life. And as a result of my life's experience serving many, was recognized in 2017 as one of my Congresswoman's Volunteer of the Year for the service that I have provided in the community throughout our district and beyond. I am a member of the Council of Citizens with Low Vision, as well as a member of our state affiliate. It's very difficult on a personal note to mention all of this because I am a believer in just working within my community, but I make these statements to basically let you know that I am definitely providing a lot of service throughout the community in its entirety. And I'm coming to you from a personal perspective, but as a global perspective as well. I'm in support of the federal yellow truncated domes for the following reasons. First of all, as I've served within the community, and again, as a woman with varying degrees of low vision throughout my life, the federal yellow is a color that is able to be seen at all stages that take place within our environment, whether it is rainy, depending on vision conditions, you have different responses to glare. When crossing a street that has federal yellow truncated dome at the start and the federal yellow truncated dome once you get to the sidewalk, depending on vision condition, you're able to see where that curb cut is going to start as you're walking along the sidewalk. So that alleviates some stress because you're able to prepare yourself ahead of time to start aligning with, as you're walking, with that oncoming curb cut that is federal yellow that can be seen within the environment, among the plants, among the pavement, among the sidewalk furniture, among the pedestrians. You're able to see that as you're walking toward it. As you align yourself to cross and you get to that truncated dome, you begin to align yourself and cross the street. Sometimes even before you cross the street, again, this is a safety issue. You know that that federal yellow truncated dome is coming upon your path. So you're able to align yourself and continue to be straight, aiming for that oncoming truncated dome as you're crossing the street. So that is your focus. No distraction. You know your line of travel and your line of sight because of that federal yellow. So this allows we who have low vision to continue to travel safely, stress-free, because we know where we need to start and we know where we are going. And also, as you travel through the environment and you have those islands that we, as people with low vision, need to traverse, when you're crossing a street and you come upon that island, all of a sudden you're able to see, as you get to that first truncated dome, depending on your vision condition, you are able to see that, oh gee, okay, there are two more here. So that means there's an island. So you begin preparing yourself before you leave the sidewalk to also safely traverse that island, doing all of these things as you're dealing with traffic patterns, et cetera, et cetera. And again, with the federal yellow, it is a safety issue. You are able to traverse safely, alleviating a lot of stress because you know your path of travel. So you will not hesitate when you're in traffic because you know exactly where you're starting from, where you're getting to in the middle, and where you're ending up to become safe on the sidewalk. At this point, because I have already commented for a number of minutes, I will just say that I as well am in favor of the raised sidewalks for a lot of the reasons that my colleagues have already stated. However, it was important to me to give you this regular example in the built environment of, again, safety, alleviating stress, eliminating distraction, maintaining focus because of the assurance of the federal yellow to be the color in truncated domes. And many voices will not be here today. However, this is representative of our senior community as well, and people with varying vision conditions that they might not even be able to articulate of what they have as far as vision conditions. Commissioners, thank you for hosting us today and for allowing us to comment. And again, I am also in support of the raised sidewalks for the reasons several of the folks before me have already stated articulately. Thank you very much.
You have 3 questions remaining.
Hello, my name is Robert Wendt, and I am visually impaired, and I am in support of both the federal yellow and the raised sidewalks. And I know you've had a long day, so I won't go into a ton of explanation because I think my colleagues have really done a wonderful job of explaining. Donna, thank you very much, because I think you gave a wonderful example of the practical application of federal yellow. Anyway, I just wanted to voice my personal need for the use of federal yellow and also the elevation of the path of travel. I think both things are vital to the safety of the visually impaired and blind community. Thank you.
You have 2 questions remaining.
Hi, this is Mike Gibbons again. I just wanted to say the majority of the items in this group are removals of detectable warning surfaces in locations where they've been identified to cause pain or difficulty for wheelchair users and no discernible benefit to blind or visually impaired individuals. requested the commission to consider grouping and approving these items to alleviate these specific problems at this time that presently exist in enforcement and application. And those numbers just quickly are 20, 21, 22, 24, 28, 29, 30, 39, and 43 at my initial look. Thank you.
You have 2 questions remaining.
Hi there, my name is Joel Isaac. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
So I am a small business owner. I'm an accessibility specialist. I'm a homeowner here in Long Creek. Just like Ms. Watts had mentioned, I live in an area that has mixed sidewalks, so there are places that there are none. But recently, my city has put in a lot of detectable warning and raised paths where there were none, and I've seen a big difference. As a person with unpredictable vision, it's really helped me personally. When I'm looking at 11B19 and 11B36, when we're talking about raised circulation paths, and then also the visibly detectable warning signs with the federal yellow, I can see how that would help me, a lot of the low vision and blind community, and also seniors, where it's a growing population, and also drivers, because it cues them that they can't park there, that there's a place that they have to avoid. For all those reasons, I think I urge you that 11B19 and 11B36 should be passed. Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
All right, thank you. At this time, I think we will take a lunch break. It's 12:43.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to
Yeah.
wrap it up. Yeah.
All right, so we will come back at 1:45, where we will need to get through all of the rest of these items. We will turn it over to the commissioners once again for any follow-up discussion after all these public comments have been heard. And we will see you all at 1:45.
Nicole.
All right, we're going to get started again. It's 1:48. Where we had left off was we are on tab 12. And we had just had an overview from the Division of the State Architect regarding items 2.01, 2.03, 11B18, 11B19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 28, 29, 30, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 43. And then we heard public comment. So I will ask BSC staff if there were any written comments submitted prior to the meeting.
There were, but they were identical to those who commented verbally. So I don't think we need to repeat them, but they did submit comments that were directly related to what they talked about when they called it. And it was, we can list who they were. It was John Caparelli, the building official. He had emailed in his comment and then the diagrams. These have been distributed to all the commissioners prior. And then the others were from Eugene Lozano addressing the desire for proof as submitted for the color and contrast and the other detectable warning item. So a couple of items, and they all support that. And they reiterated that when they called it.
Thank you. So that concludes the public comment portion. I'm going to turn these items back over to the commissioners for follow-up discussion. Does anyone have any comments?
This is Commissioner McKitchen. I am going to make an attempt at a motion. I would like to, and I'm going to split these items into two groups. So I will list them slowly so that everybody, especially the callers who are following along, can keep track. But the concept is that first I'd like to make a motion to approve all of the 11 sections that have to do with detectable warning locations and color. And I will recite those numbers. 11B.20, which is at turning spaces. 11B.21 at clear floor and ground space. 11B.22 at maneuvering clearances. 11B.24 at ramp landings. 11B.28 at access aisles. 11B.29 at loading zone access aisles. 11B.30 at stairway treads. 11B.36 for the federal yellow color. 11B.37 for curb ramp locations. 11B.39 at wheelchair spaces, and 11B.43 at EV charging spaces. I think we had unanimous support from the callers, and I'd like to motion for those to approve.
This is Commissioner Patel. I would second that motion.
All right. For the other items that we're considering here, are we going to entertain a separate motion then?
Yeah, so we would want to conclude this motion.
Yeah.
And then we would go back and a different motion for the remaining items. Yeah.
So a point of order, do I make a motion on the other items concurrently, or do we vote on this and then make a motion?
We should have a discussion on this motion and vote on it, and then we would make a separate motion for the other items.
Thank you.
All right. It is moved and seconded that 11B 20, 11B 21, 11B 22, 11B 24, 11B 28, 11B 29, 11B 30, 11B 36, 11B 37, 11B 39, and 11B 43 be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. The remaining items under detectable warnings are item 2.01, 2.03, 11B 18, 11B 19, and I think that is all of them. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think there's
11B
11B 38.
38.
11B.
All right, I will turn these items back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the adoption of these amendments.
Commissioner Mickelton. So I'm going to make a motion for further study for these items. I've been looking yesterday and today in particular at various ways to adjust these for DSA staff to make, editorial level clarifications that could make the intent that you have more clear, but I think that it's just far too complex. I think staff has actually done a very good job, and we're 95% of the way there, but the devil is in those 5% of final details. And I think that the commentary today shows that this is one of those areas of the code where, the requirements for people with vision impairments and the requirements for people with mobility devices have a conflict. And I think that a lot of what is being proposed with the circulation path concept is going to address that very well, but I feel like there are still some leftover pieces that that the commentary has brought up. So I am going to say for what or for DSA's next steps on these, what I would sort of summarize from what I've heard and my own concerns, some separate from what we've been talking about today, is that for the blended transition, I think that the basic definition works, but it's not quite clear enough, and it does not address some things like cut-through medians that the code user really has to extrapolate too much from what the definition is here. So maybe, elsewhere in the code, there are examples given of elements. And in fact, in this very section of 2.01, or rather, right, 2.01, depressed corner, pedestrian crossing, raised pedestrian crossing are given, a cut-through median could be added to that, and maybe some other potential conditions. For the, and I also think that the blended transition is not clear enough as to its relationship to non-vehicular areas, such as the access aisle and the loading zone access aisle. It's also further not clear exactly how users should employ the detectable warnings at those blended transitions, depending on how that blended transition definition winds up sort of playing out. If it's a lowered area, presumably those detectable warnings would be adjacent to the vehicular area. If it's an entire, corner of a street versus at an access aisle, I'm not sure if that would be different. And then prepared surface. I actually don't see any reason to add the word prepared in there. I think DSA needs to think about what the benefit of that is. And we heard several examples today and yesterday of how people could use that as a loophole very easily, I think. As architects, we think about a prepared surface, at least I do, as anything that we're touching, even if it's just grading, regrading, and we're walking away. But that's too much of a point of argument and litigation potential. And then finally, I think the question about the charging station and its relation to the level of the EV space that it is serving. I think the accessible intent behind all of this is that those be at the same level, not requiring that a circulation path that goes in front of the vehicle, bring that up 4 inches, thereby creating a curb ramp in between the charging device and the vehicle. And so I will summarize the motion for items for further study as including DSA items 2.01, blended transition, 2.03, circulation path, 11B 18, changing hazardous vehicular area to blended transitions, 11B 19, circulation path scoping, and 11B 38, detectable warnings at blended transitions. And that's all. Thank you.
Item 204. Commissioner Mickleton, this is Mike with Building Standards.
Mike, before we've already voted. I think we voted on that.
Okay, because that one has prepared surface in it, so you may want to consider that.
I think we already voted on it.
I realize that, but you're about ready to approve a bunch and not approve a bunch of others, and it has the same information, I think, unless I'm misunderstanding the prepared statement. So my point is that 2.04, if it was part of the earlier group that was approved, has that term prepared surface in it. I don't know if that's the term that you're concerned about as it goes forward, but it's also in that one, which wasn't included in this list you just gave us.
For procedural purposes, that was voted on as approved. So if we want to discuss that in a minute after this motion, we could do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Just bring it up.
Yep, thank you. Thanks for checking it.
So Commissioner Mickelton's made a motion. Is there any further discussion, or do I have a second?
I have a question for Commissioner Mickelton. How is item 38 tied in with the other four? I understand it has blended transition in there, but. Oh, Eric, you're muted.
Thank you. If item 38, or if the other items change and blended transition is somehow altered, I wanted to make sure that this section can dovetail if necessary.
Okay.
Are
there other, I guess, items that we still have yet to vote on that have the word blended and transition in there? And I guess that's a question to staff or Eric.
I tried to pull all of those out in this motion.
Oh, okay.
So I think there's no other ones with blended transition, but staff could correct me.
I have a question. This is Commissioner Santillan. So from a procedural point, if this gets rejected for further study, does the state architect have an opportunity to do further study before we adopt and finalize the intervening cycle, or does it have to wait until the triennial cycle?
It would have to wait until the triennial cycle.
This is Commissioner Patel. I agree with Commissioner Mickelton. I think you made an excellent technical argument about all the issues that need to be discussed. I would say this to DSA staff is, this was a different tenor for me from all the people calling and all the people writing in, even the people that disagreed with the language, seemed to agree with the overall concept of what you're doing. And I think that's a tribute to your staff listening to what the stakeholders wanted and addressing them in these code provisions. My concern, honestly, was the comments I heard from some of the designers and some of the enforcement personnel in the difficulty they have with the language and some of the unintended consequences there may be from the language. I think it's important that we get it right, because I think there's an expectation from the public that when we adopt these standards, that we're going to implement them the right way and in a consistent way from the time the code is in place. And I think of all parts of the building code, I think the accessibility has always been the one that has the most interpretive breadth. And I think the more we can dial it in, I think it just makes better expectations for the people who are going to be using it. So with that, I would second the motion.
Can I ask for a 9-point criteria from Mr. Mickelton?
I didn't hear that. I'm not sure who said that.
I'm sorry, Eric, it's Mia Marvelli with the Building Standards Commission. We need a 9-point criteria for your further study motion.
One moment. One moment. I don't remember what number the ambiguity.
That would be number 6.
Number 6. I will invoke number 6, ambiguity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, are there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion?
I have a question for DSA. This is Commissioner Klaus Kirchner. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My question is, there seems to be a lot of comments and discussion on these few items within the DSA package. And I was wondering, Were there the same questions or comments during the 30-day or the 45-day period? Were those issues and concerns posed to you guys during that time?
This is Derek Shaw with DSA. A variety of issues and concerns had been raised at all levels of our outreach efforts throughout the development process. This is a very new concept, and some parties were concerned about the imposition upon property owners to provide a raised circulation path throughout, and to keep it separated from the vehicle areas through that means. But a lot of the specific comments that we heard today, presented verbally or read into the record, presented in written form, were relatively new comments. And over the past year in developing them, in developing these items, we just didn't hear a lot of these same sorts of comments. So, you know, we will certainly be looking at those. I think, though, with that, I'd like to turn it over to Ida for a moment to address some general issues.
Thank you for all the comments. I just want to take a moment to state that we understand that this was a great undertaking, and with all great undertakings, everyone proceeds with a little bit of trepidation. But I felt confident, as well as my staff, that we had various measures in place to address all these issues with stakeholders. I want to reiterate, if possible, that it started with a task force that included all stakeholders: individuals with disabilities with vision impairments, individuals with mobility impairments, building officials, and quite a number of them. And we worked through this because we understood that in this task force, we could address the issues that are problematic. Detectable warnings in their overuse do not provide greater accessibility. They actually create lesser accessibility. The language we have in the code now is too broadly applied, and it has done a disservice to individuals with vision impairments for far too long. It has also done a disservice to individuals with mobility impairments for far too long. And so in undertaking this with the task force, where we really did in-depth study and got our understanding of the issues we needed to address, with the Access Code Collaborative, in which that we brought it to them and got good support. We understand that there's still concerns, but individuals with disabilities with vision impairments, those with mobility impairments, and specifically even the building officials were on record. The representative from Calbo was on record that they supported these items as written. I think I also want to stress that DSA takes its statutory obligation very seriously, that we have the responsibility to train design professionals, code users, and code enforcement entities on the regulations. And we do. We have an extensive training program. It is now proceeding to be free online. We host numerous webinars, and it's going to soon be on demand, where they can take it at any time they want. And we do want to create one specifically when these regulations are passed for the detectable warning surfaces, so that interpretation can be understood. The comments that we heard today, we do not feel may have an interpretive issue, but with our training, we feel we can clarify their application and interpretation.
A little slower, Ida.
Yes?
A little slower, please.
Sure. Sorry about that. So I guess I want to just say, I know that as code writers, we are technical writers. We are very careful with the language that we use in the code, but it is an art. We are mindful with concerns that arise. unfortunately, we can't take into consideration everything that can apply because this code language is applied to sites that vary greatly. So where we have in mind sites where, wait, it's maybe a problem here, we can work with that interpretation, but the code has to be written in a sense where it can be applied, and it's always going to be interpretive. It's just the nature of the building code as a whole. But we feel that with our efforts that we have, with the broad-based support that you heard from individuals with disabilities today, that this is an issue that's very important and that we can progress based on the regulations we have written now to fine tune them in the future, to clarify them through training, rather than it is to hold back and wait, because we do feel that individuals with vision impairments and individuals with mobility impairments have dealt with the overuse and over application of detectable warnings for far too long. And if we wait, only more of that will happen for the next 3 years till the next code is in effect. And I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. It is moved and seconded, and I will reiterate these item numbers: 2.01, 2.03, 11B18, 11B19, and 11B38 to be returned to DSA for further study on these items. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion?
This is Commissioner Mickelton. I just have a follow-up question. I'm wondering, for further study, we've got meetings coming up in August, October, December, and January. Is there any reason that this set of items can't be continued to be worked on and reintroduced at one of those meetings?
Well, I can speak on behalf of the BSC process, but can't speak for DSA and their ability to conduct further workshops on this. The process would not allow for a 45-day comment period between now and August to have substantive changes made to the regulations. And then additionally, if it were to happen in October, we risk being able to publish this in time. So if I could take a minute to recap where we are in the process. This is the supplement for the 2019 edition of Title 24. What you're taking action on here will be filed with Secretary of State immediately after the August meetings. And then staff will work with the publishers to get these published on the blue pages that you see in your code books by January 1 of 2021. And they will become effective 180 days, which is approximately July 1 of 2021. So that's where we are in the process. There is a possibility that we could do this at the October meeting, but that would probably entail a lot of work between now and then on DSA's part, and the Building Standards Commission would still have to notify and conduct at minimum a 45-day comment period on the item.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. Any further discussion from the commissioners on this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Abstain.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Thank you. We have 6 votes In favor, 1 vote to abstain. The motion is carried. The items will be returned to DSA for further study.
This is Derek Shaw with DSA. May I pose a question, please?
Yes.
If the commission is interested in all or some portion of these further studied items moving forward within this code cycle, I wonder if it would be possible to gauge, to hear any comments from the commissioners if we were to address this with a single word discrete amendment to section 11B-250. And that's the item on requiring the 4-inch raised circulation paths. I think one of the most salient comments that that we had heard was the idea that if this indicated that circulation paths that were adjacent to vehicle traffic or vehicular traffic was the primary target or the primary intent for this item, that maybe the addition of that single word adjacent properly placed might address those concerns. Is this the kind of further amendment? Oh, we would view that as a non-substantive change because that's consistent with the intent and with our discussions during our forums and public meetings. Would this allay the concerns of the commissions for the 5 items that were just voted upon?
This is Commissioner Sasaki. I mean, I don't have enough expertise in this area, so I mean, I would think that you know, the commoners and other folks who have questions or who have concerns would need to really vet that. Anyway, those are my comments.
Commissioner Mickerton, I would have to think about that particular suggestion, but I'm certainly open to the idea of, you know, I guess I would say addressing the specific, I'm going to call them loopholes that were brought up in the various examples with a word or a deletion of a proposed word, such as prepared. I think that leaving that out would probably have no negative effect on your intent, and it would address the concerns raised. And then adjacency for the circulation path. And you know, if you do it in such a way that it addresses the problem raised with the charging stations, that might solve that and still provide the circulation path being otherwise raised in a way that's beneficial to people with vision impairments. So I would encourage you, if you can take all of these comments and wordsmith your way into bringing it back, I think that would be great, because I value, like I said, 95% of this. I think it's really going in the right direction. And I just don't want us to pass something that we know has some deficiencies and that we know is open to misinterpretation, that makes us even think about, oh, well, we can educate people later, which I know it's an important thing to provide that, and it's great. Or for us to put it out there and say, well, we'll see how it goes for 3 years and then reassess. So I guess I would just encourage you, if you can do that and bring it back, by all means.
Commissioner Patel. For me, it's the same. That word does help. And I do agree that it doesn't, I don't think it changes what your intent was. And I do think there's probably a couple of other small changes you can make to the language that would make it successful if it came back, in August, I think, with the stakeholders. So I don't know if that's something that you guys can do in that period of time. But if you can, I would certainly look forward to it.
Good, thank you.
All right, thank you. So one of our callers on these items had mentioned that under item 42 that we had approved, there was a 36 by 36 shower section in there, and we have talked to DSA, and we wanted to provide DSA the opportunity to explain on page 37, 11B-809.10.6.1 under shower size. The commission approved this section, and we want to have DSA explain for the stakeholders of what this section means.
Hello. Thank you. And this is Susan Moe, Senior Architect and Certified Access Specialist at DSA. And I think potentially there was some confusion when HCD brought their proposal together for a transfer type shower that was not approved, and thinking that potentially that was a co-adoption between DSA and HCD. Currently, if you take a look at the scoping provisions for bathing facilities in 11B 213.3.6, and it says there where transfer type shower compartments are allowed, and one of those locations is residential dwelling units. So when you go to section 233.3, that's where you're going to find the scoping for residential dwelling units, and that would include the scoping for units with mobility features, units with communication features, and the accessible units with adaptable features. So the transfer type shower is already incorporated and has been approved in the triennial cycle in Chapter 11B. And as I said, this was not a co-adoption between us and HCD. So we feel that it's already in Chapter 11B. And when, as I said, when you look to the scoping, and as you follow that code path, that transfer type shower is already within 11B. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. Commissioners, is there any follow-up discussion on this item? All right, so we will move on. We are going to go back to 11B.03, 11B.06, 11B.07, and 11B.33. These are the remaining items grouped under housing. And I'd like to get consensus from the commissioners if you would be willing to take a look at these as one vote, one group that we could have a discussion about and take a vote.
One question before we proceed. This is Commissioner Santillan. Were we going to look at item 2.04 since it also has prepared?
That item has been voted on and approved.
I understand.
Tim, do you have any comments about that language in there, or is there anything we want to revisit on item 2.04?
No. I see that as a different invocation of that word at a curb ramp, which is a constructed element. So I'm not concerned about the loophole potential.
If DSA could provide additional information on the use of the term prepared. Okay.
Eric, I think for now, since the other items are being returned to you on this, and for the sake of time, we will probably want to move along.
Okay, Thank you.
So thank you for the opportunity. Unless a commissioner has any additional desires to go forward with that, I think we should press forward with the rest of our agenda. All right. So
May I suggest, if there's time at the end, if we could go back to that?
Thank you. Good idea.
Might I pose a question? Is it possible that you might also, like in this grouping, to take a look at item 11B40 and 11B41? These are also two items. It's a different type of housing because it's housing at a place of education. But at the commissioner's pleasure, would you also like to include those two items in this grouping?
That's all right with me. Does that work? Are there anyone have any concerns about that? All right, we will add 11B40 and 11B41 to this conversation. And I'll ask the Division of the State Architect to give us an overview on these items, and then we will turn it over to the commissioners for discussion.
All right, thank you. Again, this is Susan Moe, Senior Architect with the Division of the State Architect. Regarding item 11B03, this is the same provision that has already been approved that we included in 11B42. And what happened with this particular item, when we first went to the Code Advisory Committee with this item, we were looking at reinstating an exception that you will find in the 2010 standards that allows for an outlet in a 24-inch section of work surface not to be accessible unless the work surface was interrupted, I think, by a sink, or I can't remember exactly the phrasing. But the Code Advisory Committee said, would you please go back and take a look at this? And
would you slow down just a bit?
Sure.
Please?
Yeah, thank you. And would we perform further study? So really what we did go back and take another look, and what we realized, really what we're trying to address with this provision is two things. Well, one thing, when you look at what's required in the Fair Housing Accessibility Guidelines, it does require an electrical outlet 3 feet away from the wall in order for it to be accessible. The other issue is when you look at the electrical code and the spacing that's required for electrical outlets, potentially at a corner condition like this, the outlet is required to be, or the outlets are required to be 4 feet apart. So potentially you could put two outlets and have those only 2 feet, 2 feet from an inside corner in both directions for those outlets. So what we're addressing here, like I said, is a very specific condition in the residential dwelling units, so that when those electrical outlets are installed at a corner location there where the 4 foot spacing is required, that at least one of those outlets would be accessible, and we wouldn't have to leave it up to the building official to cite technical and feasibility. So we wanted to be sure that at least one of those outlets was accessible. The next, I'll proceed on to the next item, and that is 11B06. In this particular exception, what we want to, or what we're proposing here, is that in public housing facilities, electric vehicle chargers are permitted to be installed at an accessible parking space assigned to the resident. So should a resident request an accessible parking space be located closer to their dwelling unit, they could also ask that an electric vehicle charging station could also be incorporated into that parking space. Because when you look at section 11B208, it very clearly states that parking spaces and electric vehicle charging stations are not to be combined. So that's what we're addressing in this particular item. In item 11B07, this is again for residential facilities. And what we're looking at here, there's a note that says when assigned parking is provided, Chapter 11A indicates designated accessible parking for the adaptable residential dwelling units shall be provided on request of residents with disabilities on the same terms and with a full range of choices that would be off-street parking, carport or garage that are available to other residents. What we're proposing is just to strike that paragraph for two reasons, because we're no longer affiliated with, or we no longer adopt portions of Chapter 11A. And additionally, this would be one of those items that is operational and really not enforceable by a building official. The next item, 11B33, I don't know how much more you want me to offer on this particular item. I think this is one that we sort of have a clear path for what we are intending to do. So unless you have any specific questions on that item, I'll go ahead and pass on covering that item again. And then item 11B40 and 11B41 are actually requirements in different types of housing, and that is housing at a place of education. So when you look at the CFR that's in the 2010 ADA standards, you will find there that it says in kitchens within multi-bedroom housing units, and now they don't call it multi-bedroom housing units, but this would be in housing at a place of education.
Please.
Oh, sorry. And on floors containing accessible sleeping rooms with adaptable features in undergraduate student housing, turning spaces complying with section 11B304 shall be provided. And really what this is addressing is a requirement that potentially design professionals and building officials would overlook because it's in the CFR in the 2010 standards, but it's not included in the California Building Code. Because if you look at the units with mobility features, a turning space is required in all of the rooms. But when you look at undergraduate student housing, because that type of housing uses the scoping and technical provisions for transient lodging, if you just looked at those provisions, you wouldn't pick up this requirement. You'd have to go back and take a look at the Code of Federal Regulations in the 2010 standards. And that is actually the same when you look at 11B 41. Because what we're picking up there is in kitchens within multi-bedroom housing units and on floors containing accessible sleeping rooms with adaptable features and undergraduate student housing, at least one 30-inch wide minimum section of counter shall provide a kitchen work surface that complies with section 11B 804.3. And again, for undergraduate student housing, where you rely on the scoping and the technical provisions for
down some more.
Oh,
we need to go slower for the captioner, please.
So in those situations, again, you'd have to look to the Code of Federal Regulations, and you wouldn't pick that up unless you actually looked at the ADA standards. So we realized that those were two items that we felt needed to be included in Chapter 11B, so it doesn't get overlooked by design professionals and building officials. Thank you. So I'll be happy to answer any questions I can.
Thank you for that overview of this proposal. Item 11B.03, 11B06, 11B07, 11B33, 11B40, and 11B41 are open for commissioner discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel?
No comment.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner?
No comment.
Commissioner Mickelton?
No comment.
Commissioner Santillan?
No comment.
Commissioner Sasaki?
No comment.
Commissioner Allegre?
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell. No comment, he said, reading his lips. All right. So we will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on any of the items I just listed, please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you check the phone for commenters?
You have 1 question remaining.
Good afternoon. This is Dara Scher from Disability Rights California, and I'd like to comment on 11B07, please, regarding parking spaces for residents. We urge that this change be rejected. We think the note is a very helpful note that clarifies an area where we often see some confusion when individuals are asking for a reasonable accommodation of a parking space. And I think this is a very important note to clarify a potential conflict in the minds of people around accessible parking. And we urge the commission to reject this and keep the note. Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you for your comment. BSC staff, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting on any of these items?
No, not for these items, other than those who would comment. They're sure. She commented on every item. So.
Okay. All right, that concludes the public comment portion. I will turn these items back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the division of the state architect's proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Building Code.
Commissioner Ausperter, motion to approve.
Commissioner Mickelson, second.
All right. It is moved and seconded that the motions be approved, that the motion be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion?
This is Commissioner Mickelson. 2 points of brief discussion. One is that I just want to reiterate that I think that inclusion in the DSA advisory document of the overlap, I don't know if that document gets updated regularly and reposted to the website, or if there's a separate way to do this. I do feel like there's a way to make the current dimensions work, but as I've been considering it more, I'm going to defer to what's here for 2 reasons. One is that it's gone through the vetting process that we've been talking about. And the other is that even if you are able to contort the bathroom and the grab bar and the backsplash of the sink to make all of this work, it is very difficult, and it reduces the amount of usable space on the countertop or lavatory top for somebody with a disability, therefore making it less usable. So that's why I'm supporting this. But I think it would be helpful for code users dealing with this between now and January to have some advice. And then second, I really appreciated the diagram that was included for the electrical outlets, and would suggest that the advisory have something similar. And I've used similar diagrams to try to explain this set of conflicts to other architects, and even inclusion in the next round of code amendments of a diagram, I think could be beneficial. That's all. Thank you.
Might I respond to that comment quickly? Thank you for that, Commissioner Mickelton. And what will happen once we're clear on all these items that are adopted, we will then begin on revising the DSA advisory manual so we can include these items in our advisory manual. And typically we get that put together and ready to be posted on DSA's website even prior to the publication of the code. So every rulemaking change, we always update that document. So thank you for that. That's a good suggestion. We'll look at including that.
Excellent. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion from the commissioners on these items? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klossbachner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. As we've now covered all of the items that were grouped under housing and under detectable warnings, we'll go on to items regarding bottle filling stations. 11B.09 and 11B.31. And just for a note, there was a definition 2.02 that covered bottle filling station that we've already voted on. So this is just 11B.09 and 11B.31. Can I ask DSA to give us an overview on these two items, please?
Yes, certainly. This is Derek Shaw with DSA. These items are present new scoping and technical requirements for bottle filling stations. We did receive comments on this, on the exception in item 11B.9, suggesting that that the exception should be deleted for the reason that when other people come into detention and correctional facilities, into areas that are only serving holding or housing cells, not required to comply with section 11B.232, that other visitors come in to visit inmates, for example, attorneys and so on. DSA disagreed with that comment, and we refer to the general exception that is provided in section 11B-203.7. This is a general exception applicable to detention and correctional facilities. We believe that the concerns expressed about the exception are well meant. However, we believe that the effect of this exception is already in place due to the existing general exception in section 11B-203.7. I'll go ahead and read that quickly as I can for the captioner. Detention and correctional facilities. In detention and correctional facilities, common use areas that are used only by inmates or detainees and security personnel, and that do not serve holding cells or housing cells required to comply with section 11B-232 shall not be required to comply with these requirements or to be on an accessible route. And so we believe that the exception reinforces the exception that we've written into and are proposing in item 11B.9. Thank you, and we can answer any questions.
And item 31?
That would be the technical provisions for bottle filling stations. It's in coordination with the scoping sections in 11B.09. And we can answer any questions on that as well.
Okay, thank you. So items 11B.09 and 11B.31 are open for commissioner discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel.
No comment.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner.
No comment.
Commissioner Mickelton.
No comment.
Commissioner Santillan.
No comment.
Commissioner Sasaki.
No comment.
Commissioner Allegre.
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell.
No comment.
All right, we will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on items 11B.09 or 11B.31, please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you check the phone for commenters?
You have one question remaining.
Oh, this is Mike Gibbons. I didn't have a question on this. I put myself in the queue for 11B.40. I had a question on that. So if you already passed it, I don't need to talk about it. I was just wondering though, just our committee, the Code Advisory Committee, I believe flagged this item, and I don't recall that being stated when this item came up. I was wondering if that is true.
The item came up, and DSA presented. Hi, Michael. This is Mia with the Building Standards Commission. The item was reviewed the last go around, and it was approved. And they did discuss all of the. Derek presented the information, or I'm sorry, not Derek. Sumo presented the information on all of those items.
Okay, thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
BSC staff, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
No.
That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn items 11B.09 and 11B.31 back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the Division of the State Architects' proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Building Code.
Commissioner Sasaki moved to approve.
Commissioner Mickelton, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that these two items be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Commissioners, if we'd like to group a couple of more, we have 11B.10, which is social service center establishments. And then we have 2 items under baby changing tables, 11B.11 and 11B.32. And then we get into some plumbing ones. If we'd like to do these 3 together. That works for all of you. We could have the state architect give us an overview on those three and do one vote on them. All right, hearing no objections to that, we will ask the state architect to give us an overview on 11B10, 11B11, and 11B32.
Sue, would you please give the presentation for 11B.10?
And 11 and 12? Or I'm sorry, 11 and 32?
Just, no, I'll go ahead and take that. And also I'll well, if you'd like to, you're welcome to.
Okay, thank you.
Go right ahead.
Okay, again, this is Susan Moe, Senior Architect with the Division of the State Architect. What we're doing in 11B10 is actually cleaning up what I would say, as we've said before, a bit of a drafting error. When you look at the 2010 ADA standards for social service center establishments in the Code of Federal Regulations that are in the 2010 standards, it requires that social service center establishments comply with section 11B 233.3. So what we're proposing here is striking the reference to sections 11B 224.1 through 11B 224.6 and only referring to section 11B 233.3. Two items came out of this that really stand out. For one thing, referring to the scoping sections in transient lodging causes a great deal of confusion. And the other thing is, when we look at the requirements in section 11B 233.3, it actually provides for a greater level of accessibility, because when you look at the percentages of the units that are required to comply, you end up with more residential dwelling units that must comply with 11B 233.3. And there are other provisions in that section within kitchens, and because then you look at what's required in a kitchen, like turning spaces within the dwelling unit. So that's what we're doing there. We're just doing a little cleanup work to get rid of the confusion and then really adhere to the more stringent of the two standards. And then in item 11B and item 1132 or 11B32, this actually came to us from a code user. And if you look to Government Code section 50535 and Health and Safety Code section 118506, there are actually locations now where baby diaper changing stations are required. So what we want, all we're doing in these two sections is just doing a title change. And instead of saying baby changing tables, we're changing the title and throughout the sections to baby diaper changing stations. So if someone were looking at these requirements in the Government Code and Health and Safety Code and looking at Chapter 11B, they would see consistent terminology and consistent titles. So thank you. And with that, I'll answer any.
Thank you for that overview. I'll turn these items now over to the commissioners for discussion. 11B10, 11B11, and 11B32. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel?
No comment.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner?
No comment.
Commissioner Mickelton?
No comment.
Commissioner Santillan?
No comment.
Commissioner Sasaki?
No comment.
Commissioner Allegre?
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell?
No comment.
We will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on any of these three items, please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you check the phone for commenters?
You have 0 questions remaining.
BSC staff, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
No.
That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn items 11B10, 11B11, and 11B32 back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the Division of the State Architect's proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Building Code.
Commissioner Mickerton, move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Allegre seconds.
Commissioner Allegre? It is moved and seconded that these items be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Kloss-Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickerton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. I think we can get the rest of these done in one final group. We've got 11B.34 regarding side opening toilet compartment doors. 11B35 regarding shower controls. And then 4 other items that have various topics, 11B23, 11B25, 11B26, and 11B45. So if there's no objections, okay. If there's no objections from the commissioners, we can hear the overview from the Division of State Architect on these and take one vote. All right.
Derek, would you like for me to do item 11B34, 11B35? And then I'll turn the rest of those with the parallel curb ramps and the other items over to you?
Yes, that's fine. Please go ahead, Sue.
Okay, thank you. So 11B34, what we're proposing here, when you look in the 2010 ADA standards, it requires that the door opening shall be 4 inches from the front partition. And what we've heard from various stakeholders and code users, typically what happens in a multiple user toilet room, these toilet compartments will be at the end of a long run of inaccessible toilet compartments. And typically they will take up the entire length of that end of that multiple user toilet compartment. So you'll end up with a fairly deep stall. So if you looked at this requirement that door opening had to be within 4 inches of that partition, you end up with some space beyond where the door opening is, where potentially someone could locate outside of the toilet compartment. It's typical that you might locate a run of lavatories along that wall that would be opposite of the other toilet compartments. So in looking at this, what we did, the dimension from the back wall where the water closet is located to where the door opening is coincides with the location of that door opening that you would find in the 2010 ADA standards. Okay. And if you look at the requirements in Chapter 11B, a depth of this type of toilet compartment is much deeper than what is required in the 2010 ADA standards. So that's what we're looking at here is we comply with the standards for the location of the door opening. It's a much deeper stall, and potentially if someone were to choose to make this stall even deeper at the end run of a length of toilet compartments, they could do so, and they wouldn't have to put the toilet compartment door within 4 inches of that end toilet partition. So that's what we're proposing for that particular item. And then under 11B35, we've heard repeatedly from code users and design professionals that it's very difficult with the limited control area that you see in Chapter 11B for where you have to put potentially a diverter, the controls for the water, and also a shower spray unit for toilet compartments. So we actually had several discussions at the Access Code Collaborative hearing. And what we're proposing here is that we just add 3 inches to that control location wall, just to add a little more room in order to be able to get in all those parts and pieces in order to make the shower compartment, the controls fit within that control area. And then we just took a look at it and realized that we needed to kind of do a little bit of cleanup work on the provisions as well. So that is what we're proposing with this code change. So with that, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those for you.
Why don't we go over to Mr. Shaw for an overview on the remaining 4, and then we'll open it up for discussion.
Okay, very good. So item 11B.23, this has to do with revisions to section citations that are located under the exception to section 11B-404.2.9 on door and gate opening force. The cited sections that are currently in the code, sections 11B.304, 11B.305, and 11B.308. Of these, section 11B.304 is for turning space. 11B.305 is for clear floor or ground space, and 11B.308 is for reach ranges. The better citation for it is what we are proposing here, and that's the reference to section 11B.309. 11B.309 includes, by references in their subsections, requirements to comply with 11B.305 for clear floor space, 11B.308 for height or reach ranges, and then of course the requirements that operable parts be operable with one hand and not require tight grasping, pinching, or twisting of the wrist, and a maximum of 5 pounds force required to operate. So that's the replacement language that we're proposing here. The next item is item 11B.25. This has to do with, this is clarifying language proposed for section 11B-406.3, parallel curb ramps. And here we are proposing to clarify that a parallel curb ramp may be provided with 1 sloping segment or 2 opposing sloping segments. Now, currently in the California Building Code Chapter 11B, and in the ADA standards for accessible design, where parallel curb ramps are referred to, we only illustrate the type of parallel curb ramp that has 2 opposed sloping segments that comes down to a turning space in the middle and at the bottom. However, a modified version of this is widely used, and that's where you would have 1 sloping side coming down to a level a generally level turning space at the bottom, but then there's no option to continue on. A lot of times this is used where the end of the sidewalk occurs, and so there's no need to continue on. All of the requirements would apply just as well to a parallel curb ramp with one sloping segment as they would to the parallel curb ramp with two sloping segments. So it makes the current requirements that we have for parallel curb ramps clear in at least these two typical conditions that we see. Okay, the next item is item 11B.26. And this is in section 11B-406.5.10, diagonal curb ramps. Here DSA is proposing to add a clarifying sentence at the beginning of this, indicating that diagonal or corner type curb ramps are perpendicular or parallel curb ramps that are oriented diagonally at an intersection. Okay, and so this clarifies that either type, either the perpendicular type of curb ramp or parallel types of curb ramps can be used at the diagonal condition. Okay, and then the next item is item 11B.26. And I'm sorry, I just presented that one. The next item is item 11B.45. And on this one, we are correcting a drafting error where we had inadvertently used the word parking in the context of electric vehicle charging stations. And our intent since the inception of the EVCS regulations was to make a clear distinction between vehicle spaces for electric vehicle charging and parking spaces for parking. The code addresses these two requirements separately, and so we have sought to have distinct terminology here to alleviate confusion. This one, however, was overlooked when it was initially drafted, and so we're proposing to change that. With that, I can answer any questions.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. I'll go over the items again. Item 11B.34, 11B.35, 11B.23, 11B.25, 11B.26, and 11B.45 are open for commissioner discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel?
No comment.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner?
No comment.
Commissioner Mickelton?
No comment.
Commissioner Santillan?
No comment.
Commissioner Sasaki?
No comment.
Commissioner Allegre?
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell?
No comment.
We will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on any of the items I just read, please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you check the phone for commenters?
You have one question remaining.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me? This is Tim Timish.
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to comment on items 11B.34 on the 4-inch style, as well as 11B.35 on shower controls. As the presentation argued, the elimination of the 4-inch style requirement has, once again, a construction objective, saving expense, providing more room outside the front partition for sinks to be installed. Presumably you need bigger paths of travel or whatever the consideration is. That would not act as justification to eliminate this requirement, which provides greater protection, which I'd like to explain in support of my argument under criteria number 2. So the 4-inch style requirement ensures that the door is located as far as possible from the front face of the toilet. And the purpose there is construed incorrectly, I believe, by the DSA as relating only to maneuverability and having no other purpose. Unlike ADAS, we have this 4-inch style requirement, which, as I said, provides greater access. And here's the consideration, and I want to avoid being graphic, but we all know what a toilet stall looks like, the unsanitary conditions on the floor. And that's what is at the heart of the 4-inch style. It ensures that you approach the toilet only as necessary for its use. And then that to the extent you can, you get away from it. Your wheels are touching the floor and you have to make maneuvers to get out of the stall. You don't want to be anywhere near the front face of the toilet if you can help it when you make those maneuvers. You want to be able to get out. Now, of course, many wheelchairs necessitate touching the wheels or the rims around the wheels in order to maneuver, so keeping the wheels clean is important. So I think that summarizes up. I think it's a criteria. Number 2, it's reduction of what we already have, and here for the admitted purpose of construction costs of the sinks. Next on 11B35, that's also a criteria number 2. I'm going to ask that you send it back for further study. The reduction of space down to bringing the controls within 14 inches of the seat wall sounds good. But this commission doesn't seem too willing to wordsmith these things, ask for amendments from DSA. So the whole package needs to be sent back for these other deficiencies. And those are the changing the location of the controls in the alternate roll-in. Not the standard roll-in, but for some reason in the alternate roll-in, we didn't hear an explanation. They want to move the controls from the wall immediately adjacent to the seat. You'll have to look at the diagrams of DSA's proposal. Moving it from that wall on the alternate to the opposing wall. We already heard in the transfer proposal, which was rejected, how moving it from the wall immediately adjacent to the opposing wall causes certain concerns. I hope you'll hear from Connie Arnold here pretty soon, who's a user with I happen to know has reach restrictions. You'll hear from her how that would affect her. But in the transfer situation, I described, from my knowledge as an attorney, how it affects balance when you reach forward. It affects your ability to use 2 arms to bathe versus having to use one of your arms to balance on the grab bar. So that is a problem. The second problem that the new amendment, and by DSA's own admission, after they took comments from everybody, they delved into it deeper and went beyond moving the control set closer to the back wall, the seat wall, and started looking into changing the height requirement. Now it does change the height requirement. So remember, controls are typically come in a set. They're set on a plate. And while we might have a 48-inch maximum on that plate for the set of controls, the diverter, the hot, the cold water, any other exotic controls we have in the shower, while that would typically have a maximum height of 48 inches, it also provided for a center line on that plate of between, it says here, 39 to 41 inches. And that ensures that the overall plate is within reach range. The revision, which suggests just any control can be 48 inches, doesn't provide for a center line, a maximum center line thing. is going to move the overall set of controls up to a maximum height. They're going to get misinterpretations, which think that the center line of the overall set of controls can be 48, meaning some upper controls will be well above that. And again, I think you'll hear from Connie as to why that would be a problem. So in summary, they oppose both 34 and 35 on criteria number 2. Thank you very much. It's been a long day. I appreciate you folks listening.
You have 2 questions remaining.
Yeah, hi, this is Connie.
You have 1 question remaining.
Hi, this is Mike Gibbons. In regards to 34, I just want to talk about this 4-inch, the spacing in here. This standard was useless when we adopted it, and it's just as useless right now. When the ADA standard, the reason we pulled it out of the ADA provisions was because it was in there. But the ADA toilets are basically 60 by 60 inch box. It's actually 60 by like 58, 59. So they were exceptionally small. California since 1982 has required us to have a minimum of 48 inches in front of the toilet in all situations. So it's just absolutely has no use whatsoever. A person that comes in a wheelchair, regardless of where that is going to be able to have enough space to move around. California's toilet stalls, we did it for a case before they had the standard right now for 60 inches, was an average of 42 to 48% larger than any other toilet in the country. So all the standard does is make it difficult for building departments to put this in a certain situation. And then when you provide equivalent facilitation, it's not just the same, it's better in all cases, California standard. So this is just something that needs to be taken out. Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Can we hold for 1 second?
Yeah.
Captioners, do we need to switch you out?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. Give me 1 second.
You might want to check that as well.
Yeah, we might want to check the code
Connie
again and
checked
see.
it and she-
Yeah, let's see if she got herself back in. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Mike.
Okay, and Twyla's on captioning.
Okay,
I will check back to see if Connie's on the line again.
yeah,
You have 2 questions remaining.
okay, good.
Can you hear me?
Connie, if you have another application open, you need to close it, please.
Can you help? Hang it up for me. I'm here, just a minute.
Okay.
Trying to deal with this phone. Can you hear me okay?
Much better, Connie. Connie, are you
Here,
there?
let me try that phone.
I can hear you, Connie.
You've got a slight echo, but we can hear you now.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, on 11B, point 34, I want to make sure that the stall is the widest that it can be so that you're measuring in a way that I think it is from the back wall. I'm not exactly correct, but so that a person in an electric wheelchair does not have to roll through urine or anything else that could be on the floor in front of the toilet after use of the toilet. And I would oppose this proposal. And I've got to speak on 11B.35 also. With COVID-19, here, hand me that phone. Are you guys getting an echo?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Just turn it off. Sorry about that. With COVID-19 happening right now, we don't want a reduction and what we already have. So on 11B.34, I oppose the way the wording is, because it would make it so that a wheelchair user would end up rolling in urine or whatever else was unsanitary on the floor, and I don't want that. So, and I don't think the rest of the disability community or population of wheelchair users wants that either. On 11B.35, on the alternate shower and mounting the controls on the front wall would be difficult for me, and I already have reach problems. Also, placing a group control as a set at 39 to 49 inches is higher than I am tall. With the center line the way it'll be placed, even it could be placed at 48. And whenever you put a maximum or minimum or whatever, it seems like builders build it, 48. They see the initial maximum 48. Next thing you know, everything is placed at 48. If you give them a range on grab bars at 33 to 36, well, they're going to put it most of the time, a lot of them at 36, which are not usable. So in that way, this alternate shower, the way it's written, would make the controls out of my reach. I'm only 4 foot tall, and I have arthritis, and so when I stand, and I have limited reach as it is, that makes it difficult and impossible for me to reach any controls for turning on any shower controls or diverter valve or anything else. What was the other item we were talking about? 45 here? Or
45, yes.
in this group?
45. Yes, also 45.
Did you say yes? I think you did.
Yes.
Okay, on the reference to EVC, electric vehicle charging stations, they're not stalls, they're parking spaces, and I object to any reference to EVCS as a stall or not a parking, in any way a parking space, which it is. I mean, they tried to do that before, calling it a refueling station and everything else, and I would disagree with that. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment, and hopefully we can make some changes to what is stated in those three sections, 11B.34, 11B.35, and 11B.45. Thank you.
You have one question remaining.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ernest Witherich. I'm a CASP, and I'm part of the Access Code Collaborative as a CASP representative. And I just wanted to make a comment regarding, I believe it's 11B.34, which is about the 4-inch style for the toilet compartment. I'm in support of the revision to the code. I know that there may have been some comments about reduction in access by allowing the a toilet compartment door to kind of move around a little bit. And I think one thing that's important to note is that even though the location of the door and the 4-inch dimension might go away, there's still, it's very clear that there's other requirements in 11B that prevent a door from swinging into the clear space of a water closet. So when everything's viewed together, there really wouldn't be things aren't getting any smaller. It's just going to offer a little bit more for design option as it relates to that 4-inch size. That's the only comment I wanted to make. Thank you very much.
You have 0 questions remaining.
All right. BSC staff, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting on any of these items?
Not for these items.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn items 11B.34, 11B.35, 11B.23, 11B.25, 11B.26, and 11B45 back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the division of the state architect's proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Building Code.
This is Commissioner Mickelson. I have a follow-up question. Could staff address the concern that was voiced about the change from 48 inches to 49 inches in 11B35 for the shower compartments, please?
Yeah, when we looked at the shower controls and the way it was addressed previously, the question came up if you went to the center line of those controls, because if you had the, if you have a lever that turns the water off and on, and then you have the escutcheon plate. So would all of that then have to be within that dimension? So that's sort of what we looked at, and we wanted to be sure that it wasn't just centered on the control itself. So what we looked at there is that really the controls need to be no higher than 40 inches. And we realized that there was an issue when we addressed the location of the controls, and we did so with the center line of the controls.
You mean 48 inches, I think you
Yes,
said
48 inches, sorry, yes.
But there's no reference to 49 that one of the callers
No,
said. Okay, I didn't
no,
think so. Thank you.
no.
So this is Commissioner Mickelson, motion to approve.
Commissioner Klaus Berkner, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that these items be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none.
I'm sorry, just a comment.
Yes.
Hey, Eric, in the statement of reasons, there's the bullet second from the end says Chapter 11B requires that the controls and faucets be installed with their center lines at 39 inches to 49 inches above the shower floor. I think that's where the 49 came
I think you're right. Somebody,
Yeah.
I think said 49 or I misheard it. As a change. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelson,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Before we move on to our next agenda item, Commissioner Klaus Berkner had stated that if we had time at the end of our items to go back and revisit a definition that Mr. Shaw was going to explain a little bit further to us on behalf of the Division of the State Architect. So I wanted to circle back on that item and give DSA a chance to give us a brief explanation.
Yes, thank you. This is Derek Shaw with DSA. I wanted to point out for the consideration of the commission that existing definitions that were not proposed for amendment in this code cycle do utilize the term prepared surface. This is a term that's been in the California Building Code for decades now. It's not unusual. I'm actually surprised by the comments that had suggested that prepared surface somehow would be akin to a loophole and a way for accessibility not to be provided by the code. I strenuously disagree with that assessment. A prepared surface or a constructed element is just typically what the building code applies to. You know, if you've got a lot of natural terrain with great slopes, but you don't intend to build anything in those areas of the site, then the building code doesn't put any requirements on those sites. Similarly, the accessibility requirements are not going to apply to great expanses of natural terrain, unprepared, unless you intend to build something in those areas, in which case you need to prepare the site to do what the code actually requires, and that's to provide accessible routes. There are over 5 pages in Chapter 11B, which I mentioned yesterday, I believe, that describe the various requirements for accessible routes, where they're located, and what elements need to be connected by accessible routes. And so I think that the commenter that we all heard from earlier is perhaps not assessing the code based on the actual language of the code, but perhaps on some other rationale that wasn't shared. So that was the information that I wanted to pass on for the benefit of the commission. We will, of course, be taking another look at those items that were voted for further study, and we'll be making some determinations on whether it would be possible for us to bring them forward during the remainder of this code cycle. We are certainly mindful, as Ms. Marvelli had noted earlier, that we are very late in the code cycle, and that we certainly don't have time for a 45-day comment period that would be necessary for any substantive changes. But with that, did you have additional comments? Yes.
I did. So Mia, unless you allow us to come ahead in October. So we're willing to do the work, but I know that that's quite late. So we will take your direction.
Yeah, we might have to look at the calendar offline and sort through that. Okay. Because it would involve what type of outreach you folks need to do with your stakeholders before we could schedule a 45-day if necessary.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any follow-up discussion from the commissioners on the prepared surface definition?
Commissioner Mickelton, thanks for that additional description, and hopefully things can be clarified moving forward. Chair Lee, can I make another, are we able to make a comment now, sort of a separate comment I'd like to make? So I was going to say this morning, but decided to wait, and over the last 3 days there have been a variety of different comments and concerns regarding DSA's process. And I just felt like I needed to respond to some of those callers' concerns. Some of the callers had mentioned, and other people about 3 years ago, that the accessibility working group that DSA had operational for years had been abandoned under the previous state architect, and there were a lot of concerns about that. And I had discussions started with Secretary Badger and now acting state architect Ida Clare and Executive Director Mia Marvelli about that, and creating a new group to give voice and the opportunity for participation to people with disabilities in California. My argument was that people with disabilities have no lobbying organization like many professional or trade groups do. When I spoke with DSA about this, they embraced the idea enthusiastically And at every step in the creation of the Access Code Collaborative, they were careful and thoughtful about being inclusive of a variety of different stakeholders. I think when we have comments about lack of inclusion and lack of opportunity, we need to remember and applaud DSA for creating this group out of nothing. Another request from some of those same stakeholders that was going on. Now, I've been on the commission for, I think, almost 8 years now. And early on, the concern was that code proposal documents were too difficult to navigate for people who are not code professionals in terms of strikeouts and how they're formatted, just arranged, and how they're readable. DSA created these great documents that we rely on now that do a much better job of making code changes understandable and readable, not just for non-professional code users, but for us as commissioners and probably for internal staff as well. So I want to thank you for that format as well. And I've mentioned this before, that other proposing agencies could benefit from following this format. And so I think I wanted to recognize how responsive and inclusive DSA has been, and thank you for what you've done.
Thank you for those comments.
All right, any follow-up discussion on this? That will move us to our next agenda item, which is 13, future agenda items. Do any of the commissioners have any items that they wish placed on a future agenda item? All right, hearing none, does anyone from the public have items they wish to have placed on future agendas? At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak to put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check the phone for commenters on item 13?
You have 2 questions remaining.
Yeah, hi, this is Tim Timish. It sounds like the commission moved on to 2.04 concerning prepared services on the ramp. I wanted to comment on that, but since that appears to have closed, let me just suggest that should be a future agenda item. DSA suggested that prepared services has long been an item of the code for quote unquote decades. I don't believe that's true. I don't believe that's remotely true. And perhaps in the commission could ask him to come back on that so we can reconsider his position and or the commission's action in passing that item. I would just say briefly in 1 or 2 sentences, I promise I'll wrap up, that ramps are defined as exceeding 5%. And that's a path of travel for any part of an accessible route. You can break it down into walkways and other terms, but anything that exceeds 5% is a ramp and then must comply with the requirements of a ramp. Paths of travel or routes, circulation routes, are provided whether or not they're constructed. If I choose, again, to provide access to the front entrance through a garden path, whether or not I've constructed anything, that is one of the routes available to the public. Again, this is a fight over the meaning of construction and how far to take that. And so, in effect, by adding the word prepared, they're saying there are no ramps that exist unless pavement is put down, and that's just not how the code works. So anyway, if you put that item on the agenda, I would hope some of the commissioners would be interested in hearing that again and perhaps reconsidering today's action. Thank you.
You have one question remaining.
I would, this is Connie Arnold, I would concur with what Tim Kilish has said, but on the issue of surfaces and prepared surfaces, I just want to reiterate, and this goes back to, I think, the 80s. Sometimes they were talking about, surfaces being more firm, but they're still natural surfaces. Whether it was in Mill Valley at the Mountain Play Theater or in a zoo's exhibit for butterflies or birds where you walk through an area, an atrium, or whether you were at a concert, whether it's Stanford University or some other outdoor venue that is in a grassy area, you still have to have access, and you cannot call a prepared grass a prepared surface. So, I would like to see you guys think a little bit outside the box when you consider what is needed by the community to have access to, those types of environments, including places like Safari West, which has a accessible area through a wildlife zone that it's made of dirt. It's not, made of concrete. And I've been to places where there was a horse ranch area, and they had a pathway, and I've been at, places where it's natural environment, but it's also has surfaces like for hiking and things like that. And you're still a wheelchair user, and you still need access. So I concur with what Tim said, but separate from that, I really, and I don't know if this it would be good if you could put it on the agenda, and I don't know if this is the place to have it, but before, and I declare knows this, I wanted the sanitary units like Bobrick produces that are recessed in the wall to be adjacent behind the grab bar next to the accessible toilet stalls, because they do provide greater access. And at the time that code change went through, they wanted to just put forth a unit that extended out from the wall and make it optional. But I think that is something that should be required, because it provides greater access to toilet paper, to receptacles for sanitary reasons, and whether you're a man or a woman, it's very usable for what your needs may be. And so I hope you could, if this is the right place, you could put that on the agenda, because the reason that it wasn't allowed to go through was it was barely a beveled edge. And yet, even the access board had said it was very accessible. So the only thing that got put forth was a sanitary disposal unit as an option that extended from the wall, which was really, it may have been something that we got that wasn't there before, but it's needed. Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
All right, that concludes the public comment portion on item 13. I'd like to ask the commissioners if they have any discussion that you'd like to have on those comments. All right, I'll turn this item back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion to add a future agenda item. Oh, they weren't adding any. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
those are items DSA would have to take up with proposing in the future. All right, got it. All right, so we can skip that whole section. Yes, okay, got it. All right, well, I'd like to thank everyone and thank all of the callers and participants. This was a long 3 days, but we got through everything and on time. So I'm very proud, and I'd like to thank the staff as well. I know this is a large undertaking. A 3-day meeting is a no small feat. So thank you very much. And this concludes the California Building Standards Commission meeting. I will now entertain a motion to adjourn.
Commissioner
Commissioner
Sasaki, move to adjourn.
Commissioner Mickelton, second.
It is moved and seconded that we adjourn. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. And those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you, everybody.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks.